You're up way too high again this morning, GM.
And how are we doing? Rocking and a rolling. How are you doing? Feeling it today. Hold on, let me get the, hold on, let me get my water. Forgot my water. Let me get my water real quick. Be right back, hold on. back, though. Let's get to some levels today. We'll put the hat on backwards. We'll put the hat on backwards today here in a minute. Let's get to some levels here in a minute, though. Let's get through some levels. Let's get through some levels here today. Good morning, everybody. What's up, Reese, T-Web, playing peekaboo. No, I was having issues with the OBS. I don't know what it was doing there. And I've had some internet issues the last couple of days. Hopefully that's figured out and fixed a little bit better. So today, small caps have been absolutely horrendous as far as setups are concerned here this morning. Really not a lot going on as far as setups are concerned. What's up, JT? How you doing? T-Web, how you doing? Elise, Ingrid, Love, Chip, King Line, anyone else out there? Most of my trades have been coming in market. Every once in a while, we're getting some plays after the opening bell, but for the most part, most of our plays are coming, at least for me, in my opinion, my setups, my trades are coming after the opening bell. And there's not a lot of good setups so far today. I mean, we're going up, down, 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 up, down. It's really ugly, in my opinion, today. So we do have BBG. That was one that Love Chip just talked about. That could maybe get going. It looks like a lot of plays here recently, but it's real ugly out there. I mean, in the small cap space, for the most part, we aren't getting a lot of good setups for charts to read. You know, we're up, down, we're all, look at that. I mean, what levels am I alerting? A level here, a level there. You know, there's a lot. This is absolutely ugly. I'm going to get BDRX off the board here. Maybe BBGI can get rolling off its ass here and maybe possibly go. I've seen a lot of these plays that look really ugly to begin with. Then finally the upper and lower VWAP expand. We can see they're $1 apart, the upper and lower VWAP band, but they look like they're even tighter than that. And you can tell there's got some spread on that play. But it's not a lot of good setups out there. Yep, JP, yep, we have FOMC today. FOMC today. What's up, Giovanni? How we doing? Tight stops. Oh my gosh, hi, AK. I remember you from TradeCast. Would you leave there or something? Well, unfortunately, Deck got rid of everybody. So Deck broke up with everybody. And back in June, long story short, he stopped paying me, a lot, as much as he was in 2023. Then in May of this year, he did it again. And said, hey, I'm just going to have to cut down pay. It just is what it is. Numbers aren't what they used to be, which is fine. It just sucked because he always would do it the day of. He didn't kind of let me know. He didn't let us know weeks ahead of time. And then same thing with June. He said, hey, I'm done paying you guys. Stream free if you want to. And then like a week or two after that, kicked all of us off, because we were going to leave like, hey, it's fine. We get it, but we're not going to stream here for free anymore. We helped you build this place. We get you. You don't want to pay us anymore, but it just sucked. It is what it is. But long story short, yeah, he said, I'm not paying anybody anymore. And then one Friday I was going live, kicked me off, deleted my stream, deleted all my content that was on there. And that's the only thing I just, A, wish he would have let us know ahead of time, and B, that, where it's like we never were there. He just erased everything. I'm like, why are you erasing everything? We helped you build this place. You can't, you're really going to delete Jay, like my, get it, whatever. But Jay's the nicest, sweetest, like, how could you do that to Jay Trades? It's like, don't do that to that poor guy. But yeah, just out of nowhere in June just said, hey, you're done. You're not a part of TradeCaster anymore. Oh, well. Oh, yikes. Yes, exactly. Bro says, weren't you the best man at Deck's wedding? No, Deck's wedding was this weekend. But no. I was invited to the wedding. I have the invitation. But yeah, it just sucked because, like earlier this year, and I still have the text log. I labeled it TradeCaster. Maybe I forget anyway, but regardless, like earlier this year, like in March of this year, we're still having a get together where we're going to New York and because I don't like heights, and I was giving them a hard time, like, hey, come on, let's not find something with the tall building, and October may not be that great for me because me and my wife have back-to-back birthdays or anniversary. I like to, we may go on a trip, October, like, well, so let me know when the dates are going to be. And then less than 2 months later, essentially, May is when the breakup into June starts happening. 1st of May into 1st of June is about a month and a half of the, hey, I'm paying you less, hey, I'm not paying you, hey, you're gone. So anyway, it's just weird how it went from we were a team, and then, yeah, that's just the word. That's the way the cookie crumbled, my friend. It's all good. I'd love to still be there and part of TradeCaster, but just one of those things where he went from, he wanted to be the Twitch of stock trading and I think that's a great, business model and idea. I just don't know where it fell through over the last few years. That's why I'm doing these dual stream Fridays on Friday. It was kind of his idea originally to do those little round tables on Fridays or whatever day the hell we do them, and have like Caesar on, me on, Kush on, Alex Vaughn on, Active Trader, Iggy, whoever. People love those. Got a lot of positive feedback. I don't know why we didn't do those once a month, and then anyway, it just was one of those. I don't know. I don't know. Instead of trying to get that ball rolling, which we did here and there, and then as soon as we get the ball rolling, we'd get it stop, So I'm not doing that here. I'm doing as much as I can to help you guys learn from not only myself, but then other streamers. Of course, today it's free. So, taking advantage of the day and the levels and trying to get trades in with me and whatever. And I do have a badass holiday sale going on that I'm going to continue going. I started it on for Black Friday, of course, a couple of weeks ago. I'm just going to let it go through the holiday season because I've had so many people continue to want to get it. And, of course, during the holiday season, the world we live in now, you never know when you're going to have money. The extra $300, extra $500, extra $1,000. So what I'm doing right now, if anyone is joining, they haven't been joining me recently, it's $70 a month for my live stream. So what I'm doing, if you buy 1 month and you want to test me out, I'm also going to throw in the morning alerts for free for that month, and I'm going to give you one free one-on-one. If you book the half-year package, 6 months of my live stream, I'm giving you 3 months of the morning alerts, and I'm giving you 3 one-on-ones. If you buy the $700 yearly package, so you got me for the year on the live stream, I'm throwing in 6 months of the morning alerts for free and 6 one-on-ones for free. If you buy, which most are just doing this and getting the live stream and morning alerts pack for a year, so you have both of these for a year, it also saves you 2 months a piece, so you're not paying monthly. So you end up saving $200 total by getting this. But I'm also throwing in the 23 pack for free. That's why most are getting it, because I'm throwing in 23 one-on-ones, and you're saving 2 months here regardless with this package. So essentially, you're getting $1,100 almost essentially for free. $1,075, $875 here plus the $200 here. Then if you only have $200. You want to buy the 4-pack for more lessons. I'm throwing in 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts. If you buy the 6-pack, I'm throwing in 2 and 2. If you buy the 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 and 3. And if you buy the 23-pack, I'm throwing in half a year of the live stream and half a year of the morning alerts. The reason I'm doing this, I've just noticed I've been doing this for a long time. I say 6 years now. It seems like it's not done that long. 2021, but 4 or 5 years now. Morning alerts since 2023. I've noticed when you have all of them. You have the live stream. You're here with me daily. You have the morning alerts to go over levels and test your levels and get trades from me, but then also have the one-on-ones to go over your trades and what I'm, help you to go over who you are as a trader, your levels, your entries, your stop loss, your targets. Going over charting with me. I'm going over charting with you. There's so much stuff we do in those, and I've noticed when you have all 3 of these, you pick up the pace and learn a lot quicker. That's why I'm doing this pack. That's the best one because you have me for a year on the live stream and the morning alerts, but then you get 23 one-on-ones with me. And my thought process is anything that you buy, you get half of that term, you'll have some goods with it. So if you get 6 months of morning alerts, you're gonna have 3 months of morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones, or essentially even all the way to this, where you have a year of morning alerts and a year of live stream, but you get 23 one-on-ones with me. That's either one-on-one a week for half a year, or you could do every other week and it covers the whole year. So this is a huge BOGO sale that I'm doing, buy one, get one. So, you buy something, you're going to get something free with it. Really, you're getting 2 things free with it, right? For the most part. So take advantage of that if you do want to join the live stream. I've had people, it seems like every 3 or 4 days they're buying that package because they're hearing about it. However, they finally have money on this day. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to let that run through the holiday. And again, take advantage of that. Let's see here. Said what's the extreme sarcasm? TTL $3 drop morning. What's up, Sterling? How we doing? All right, so I'm gonna go BBGI. There you go. I told you, had a chance. BBGI is my number 1 right now, being that it's moved the way it's been moving. TGL must have come out with an offering. Yep, offering for TGL. Yep, offering TGL offering. So there goes that for now. I will be getting a 5-pack when I get Xmas bonus next week. All right, T-Web. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, like I said, and that's why I'm doing all those different, because I don't know what people, and that's what I'm trying to help you guys out. Someone may have $300, $350. So they get, if you have $350, you get 6 months of my live stream. You get 3 months of morning alerts, and you're going to get 3 one-on-ones, but maybe someone only has $300. They don't have $350, they only got $300, right? Well, then they're going to get 6 one-on-ones with me, and they're going to get, 2 months of the live stream and 2 months of the morning alerts. Maybe someone does have it all the way up to 1,000. That gets you everything for a year, essentially, or at least half a year with the one-on-ones. You could spread it out to a year. That's, again, why the different cost bases. I don't know what you're going to want more of, or, a little bit, maybe a little more one-on-ones. Maybe I want more live streams, a little bit of one-on-ones, or if you get the whole shit shebang right here, you get a lot with that. So that's the reason why I have all these different prices. Of course, different levels, different tiers, where you're at in your stock trading journey, and then also what you can afford. You just never, again, I know there's a lot of people out there in the world that just can't get $1,000. They don't have $1,000 right now. They only maybe have $250. They only have $350. Maybe they have $700. Anyhow, coming on back, RBT. Yeah, that's another thing. IRBT, we're gonna get a pop there. Let me go to the morning alerts here. So I got the free live stream up and going. Hopefully you've been over here. I'm chatting it up. I will go over some new levels, and I'll, of course, will then give you the levels for the new tickers today. BBGI, ENVB, BEAT, and then I'll go through some tickers that I think you guys should keep your eyes on that could go crazy today, like ASPC, AFJK. TGL just came out with an offering, so I don't think we'll be looking at TGL anymore. That just came out with an offering just a little bit ago. So I don't think we'll be looking at that, but I will go over the main few tickers, give those levels, and then give you ideas on the other big guys. All right, so let's get into it. Number one right now, we'll go to top gainer on the board is ASPC. That ran from after hours, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday and went crazy, up from around 10 to 40 freaking 4. Today, doing the chop suey up and down toilet seat material stuff that I'm not a fan of. I don't like this ticker because of that. If you like shorting the tops, that's about the only thing you're going to probably get right here on this ticker today. May end up getting bounce plays. Support I see before or below, we're pretty much bouncing on it right now. It's after hours, really strong resistance right around 25.70. Under that, watch for a crack back down to 23.30. And under 23.30, we go down to around $20. On the way up here, strong resistance starts at 33, gets even tougher at 37.50, 37.75, and it's ultra tough once we get to around 40 to that 42.50 mark. And you can tell we failed there not only in after hours and then twice this morning. I don't think we'll get up and over that because we failed too many times already. You know, the traders essentially are saying, I'm giving up on this one. We've had a couple of shots. It might get one more attempt in market. Number two, top gainer on the day, we'll go over to ENVB here. Again, look pretty decent in after hours, but now this morning just a chop suey. It's up and down C-cell toilet seat material. We're going up, then we're down, and we're up, and we're down, and we're up, and we're down. Yes, we're getting bounce plays, but they're not coming in ideal areas where you anticipate or expect them. On the way up today for, we'll go to ENVB here. Level first is right at the VWAP, right around 1240, over 1240, and around the 1255 area. Over that, watch for a pop up to 1315 to 1320. Over that, watch for a move into 1375 and after hours high. 1375 breaks, that's when we get a nice good dollar plus pop to 15. Over 15, then we got pre-market high at 16. Now, if we do get somehow, and this still has a shot to get over 16, yet another 52-week low play. Shocking, right? Oh, shocking, shocking, shocking. God bless. I think we've seen a million of these. Watch for a pop up to 1720, and over that, watch for a move up to 1875 roll for ENVB. Now on the way back on down, support right around the $11 mark, right around $11, 11 to around 1080. Under 1080, watch for a move down to around 950, and under 950, ENVB just starts to cry back on down, and I mean crying, down to 850, and under 850 down to 775. Any stocks you guys want me to go over, T-Web, anything, let me know out there. Let me know. I'm going to go over PLTR in just a minute. I'm going to go over PLTR in just a minute. I know someone asked about that just a few minutes ago. Who was that? JTW, J-Web. Don't you know I always go over PLTR, baby boy. The other new play here that's running up this morning is Beat It, Beat It, Beat It, Beat It, Beat It. That's a terrible Michael Jackson impression. Sorry, it's early in the morning. My voice is a tad too deep right now to get into my hee-hee. Oh, that's a little better. That's a little better. All right, all right. Jamal! That's terrible. All right, so we got an uptrend channel essentially. Top resistance, we're running into it right now, 145 over that. Watch for move to 155 in pre-market high. This seems like all these right around $1 to $2 plays that have been spiking up, they just never hold their gains here recently. I would imagine this play on the over pre-market high, which we have past our history resistance at 145. It's actually a floor of support. Then we move up over that to 155, as we said, over 155 to 170. Over 170, watch for a pop up to 185, and then possibly 2. I don't see Beat It getting over 2. Now on the way down today, major support, once we crack that trend line, which that's the uptrend channel, right around 130. It's literally about a 15, 16 cent channel. Bottom's around 131, top around 147. Major support, 120 into 115. And the last mover here is BBGI. That's new today. BBGI. Support down below right around 585 into around 575. That cracks. Watch for a move down to around 520. On the way up, major resistance starts right around 720 and runs into that 740 corridor. Going back to past chart history resistance, we can see here nasty upper shadow from back in September there right around 745. We also have the daily deviation channel right around 695. So we need to stay over 7. And that 7 area is going to be tough today to continue to stay over. Now, over 750, watch for a move up to around 770. So we do have a floor just above the 750 mark. If we move over 770, watch for a move to around 825 to 835. And over that, then we pop up to around 9 to 920. 52-week high is 975. If and somehow BBGI gets that moving mob today, the moving mob, we'll see if we get it. But seven's going to be the gatekeeper on this sucker. All right, now just some ideas about other runners possibly that could move today, going and starting with the crazy one in after hours yesterday, AFJK. Holy Banana Joe's. I say after hours. It was right there at almost the start of power hour, start of lunchtime, that the downtrend break started halting up and was halted forever. Still continue to move up to 100. On the way down today, 42.75 support into around, let me go into this right there a little bit tighter. Yep, right around 42.75. Under 42.75, watch for a crack down to 39.20. Under 39.20, watch for a move down to 36. Under 36, then we go down to around 30 or so. Needs to hold, in my opinion, right around 40, that 39.20 area. If that can hold, this play can still pop up and go today. If it doesn't, it's probably just going to chop around. Does see some halts up, but see some halts down. Doesn't really do much. On the way up, 50, as we always know, is that gatekeeper that we need to get back above to move up. Over 50, watch for the move to 55 to 56. Over that, we run up. I don't know that pre-market high is really going to show anything, but I will mention 58. Over 58, I know we're going to get a skyrocket move up to 65 to 66. Over that, watch for move up to 73.50. Over that to 78.50. Again, needs to hold 39.20 area or so. And then to pop, we've got to get back over 50. All right, that's about it. Look for MNTS, BDRX, TGL. We've got a lot of different tickers out there this morning that could possibly see some love. I mean, previous runners, WVE could run, IRBT could run. I mean, today I couldn't tell you what all could possibly pop up. XCure could pop up again. FCUL could pop up again. I don't know. Just a lot of these plays. SMX could even go again today. IBIO could possibly go again today. Wheeler could possibly pop up. BDRX could pop up. So keep your eye on a swivel and find your favorite ticker. Right now, I don't have one. I don't have one like yesterday. And so keep your eye on it. And for me, for small caps, most of my trades have been coming after the opening bell. Bounce plays. Every once in a while, getting a reversal. TGL last Friday, we got a great short there. Made some good money going short on it. But most of my plays have been bounce plays after the opening bell. What's up, TB Holdens? How you doing? Paula, WVE, yes. And I just went over BBGI. So there you go, bro. So hopefully you caught that. That was right after you asked it at 22 after. All right, let's get into large cap, small cap. OCG was the one I traded yesterday. That's right. OCG's on watch. Forgot about OCG. That's the one I traded yesterday. It was beautiful breakout with the bounce plays over and over and over. Banked on that one yesterday. Keep your eye on it. Also over 760. Over 760. Did this come out with anything today? No, I don't see any news on it. All right. Over 760, 770. Watch for a pop up to 790. Over 790, we go to 830. 790 is the floor. 830 is the roof. Over 830, we go to 875. It's over 875 that this starts to become parabolic and fun again. I say it could be fun regardless. Over that, we go to 10. So keep your eye on OCG on those levels, and especially 875 on the way down. It could be a hangover play. Back under $7 here for the short. Under 7, watch for the move down to 650. Under 650, go down to 625. And under 625, watch for a move down to 550 to around we'll call it 560 to 550 for OCG. Again, cracking of 7. This could see a good short here. All right, we'll go to these large cap tickers and start giving in a few levels here. We'll go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. You guys can watch this with me now. Live. These plays have been pretty gross recently. I'll still just type in the tickers, though, overall, just to see where we are at. Oh, come on. Why are you taking so long today? You're killing me. There we go, Internet. Come on, Internet. No idea here why this week we've gotten ugly and slow. My Internet. Then Merlin, again, like the third or fourth cord he's chewed up now. What are we doing? God, it's so annoying. Seriously, absolutely annoying. Anyway, I'll have my direct... so annoying. Oh, man, oh, man, oh. What are we doing here? Think or swim? Why are you thinking? What are you thinking about, buddy? What are you thinking about, bud? God bless. I cannot wait to have my freaking, it gets delivered today. My Ethernet cord. My Wi-Fi it's crazy how I can have Wi-Fi going great some days, and then some days it's like this. I don't get it, but that's internet. We're talking about that yesterday on the TTP stream. Internet in America, yeehaw. Sharing it with hundreds and thousands of others and millions of others. All right, over to large caps. I'm not going to give all the levels today. SPY's gross. FOMC today too as well with JP. Okay, so today I would not trade the SPY. I'm not even going to give levels on the SPY. I'm only going to give levels on the tickers that I would actually look to trade. And the SPY just ain't one of them. Now, I will say with FOMC, my thought process there, what do we see, rate cut decision, etc. I really don't think we get much movement. We haven't been really here recently with FOMC. It does lead to some slow, dead movement before, and we usually get better afterward. So tomorrow and Friday, I would imagine that we get some good movement, better than what we've seen over the past couple of weeks. Because if you go to the SPY, and since Tuesday, the 25th, and so you go to Wednesday before Thanksgiving, this play has been a very choppy, slow mover, $3, maybe $4 at most range. I would stay away from this ticker, and especially with FOMC today. I could probably say the same thing on Apple, most likely. I'll go to it, though, real quickly. Yes, Apple, I would leave this play alone. 100% leave Apple alone. AMD, yet another play here that I would probably leave alone. Just sitting out sideways in this slowly but surely choppy channel. I just don't like the way AMD looks either for a day trade. These plays have not built up really good charts. BABA's another one that just got a really good spike here in pre-market out of nowhere. So BABA there, Alibaba recognizes to build AI super app, seeks NVIDIA's powerful chip. So maybe NVIDIA and BABA can get rolling today. BABA, which will just go straight to BABA, is going to be, you've got to get over 160.50 to 160.90. The upper shadow resistance that we see from pre-market after hours time. Actually, they're both from after hours. One from Friday, one from Monday and after hours. So if we can hold and get over 161, this play has room to run. If it does not, then I would not touch BABA, and it's going to stay trapped in its ugly BABA-licious trap chart. To the bottom side, there's just not a good trade. I mean, go look at yesterday. Go back and look at Monday, look at Friday, look at Thursday, and look at all the previous days. These tickers, and I'll keep it with there and go Apple, AMD, BABA, and maybe when I get over to B here, it looks a little cleaner. But I'm telling you right now, these charts are ugly. I'll go to Bay since it is cracking down into this 107.50, 107.70 area. On the way down today, we do have support on BABA if it continues to climb down, which the low in pre-market's right around 105.50. Under 105.50, watch for the crack down to 104.70, the high and resistance from last Wednesday. Under that, watch for a crack back down then to 103.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 102.50. Under 102.50 to 101.50. Got a lot of $1 increments with the 50 cents there on the way down. Now, again, to the top side, don't like it. There's a lot of trash trying to go long on this play. You can look at yesterday, look at the day before. Has not been a good long, will not be a good long today. Continue the climb here through these tickers. Now, Google was actually a little better yesterday, but then we popped right back. We popped right back on up on Google yesterday, so that's absolutely sucky. I wouldn't trade Google today. Now, again, Google, if it gets back over 318.65, possibly, that could be a good move. Over 318.65, watch for a move up to 320.25. Over 320.25, like 320.25 is in $20.25. Over 320.25, watch for which will be my normal high of day. Watch for a move up to 322, and over that back into the highs from last Friday, 323.50 to 323.85 area. Ultimate high of day. Now, again, to the bottom side, watch for a crack back under 114. 114 will be my normal low of day. If we crack it, watch for a move down to 312 and yesterday's low. Open area, same with Monday's low. Meta is absolutely ugly, slowly but surely chopping its way on down. Now, yesterday worked out nicely. We got that crack back down. I think I called out normal low of day, or ultimate low of day to be 655, 656. Pretty much nailed that. Today, we are back into the chop suey, gross. I wouldn't day trade Meta day. There's a lot of these large cap tickers, especially go with the FOMC on top of it. I'm not touching large caps right now. Boy, it's ugly out in these large cap tickers. Man, it's ugly. Let's go to NVDA. I know it's got news with Baba this morning. Oh my, it's so tight. I'll give levels on it just because it's got a good maybe move over 186. Over 186, watch for a pop to 188. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes back, which is Monday's high of day, 188. Ultimate high of day goes back to Monday's after hours high around 191. I don't like this to the bottom side today. It's running back into too much ugly chart. Had this higher low pattern. I just would not go to the short side here on NVDA. Over to PLTR here. Again, ugly, ugly, ugly. Choppy, 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 ugly, 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 ugly. You know, I know that huge spike there in after hours yesterday. It needs to get back over, excuse me, 185. I should say 186. 186. It's got to get over 186. Over that, then we move to 186.70. To me, that's going to be the gatekeeper. 186.70, which will be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over 186.70. Watch for a pop up to around 189. Now, this could engulf that candle all the way back up to 193. I just don't think that happens today. On the way back on down, then we start running into charting from the last week. Under 183.65, watch for a move down to 183.30. Then under that, we go down to 182.75. Under 182.75, we go to 182. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to around 181 area to 181.10. Under 181, then we go down to around 179.65 for your ultimate low of day. Sorry, it's ugly out, team. I mean, it just truly is. All right, we'll go over the Q, or not. The Qs are ugly. Qs are ugly. Qs are ugly. SPY's going to be ugly today. FOMC, I wouldn't touch Qs. I wouldn't touch SPY. FOMCs today. Find something different to trade. You'll find a better chart out there, I promise. Let's see if Tesla can provide for that. Not SPY. Tesla. That's not great. I would say major support, which we just bounced off of, is 444.60. So 444.60, 444.50 area. Watch for a crack of that under that low that we just made at the opening bell. Quick, crazy red to green move here. Under that, we fly on down to 440. Now, my normal low of day is going to be that because we just bounced off of it so hard at 444. We'll call it 444 to 444.50. That'll be my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, if we crack that, watch for a move down to around 440 to 440.50. On the way up, resistance is going to come in at 450.70. Over 450.70, watch for a move into yesterday's high of day around 452 to 452.50. I'm going to go one more level up and go to 454.50 to 455, last Thursday's high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back to last Friday's high of 458 to 458.75. What to trade at the bell, Tesla looks a little better today, honestly, going back through the tickers here. Tesla is not bad. PLTR is not bad. Google and Bay aren't too bad. Those would be the tickers that I'm looking at today for the large caps. Going to try to find something else that's moving, honestly, most likely like I do when I go to the trade the pool days. I just start, essentially doing a little scavenger hunt and looking around and see what other people are trading, see if I don't find something that's moving more technically sound, that's building trend lines, that's building shelves, that's building old resistance that could be new support and bounce plays. I don't see that too much here in large caps. Now, again, doesn't mean in 30, 45 minutes, an hour from now, one of these tickers has that. And so in large caps, I'm sitting on my hands waiting for a setup. And over to small caps. Let's go back and look at those real quickly. Yeah, just sitting back and waiting. Nothing real sexy here right now. We did get the bounce play, though. Ian, BBGI nailed this bounce play, 575, 585. I don't know if anyone took the bounce play, but I nailed that on the live stream. BBGI, as of right now, is going to be my favorite looking ticker. And then followed up with are the new tickers. Beat, ENVB possibly. ASPC is halted up. I'm going to stay on BBGI, though. That's my favorite one right now, mainly because especially we just got a bounce play right where I alerted. So that's pretty darn sexy. Perfect. All right. So we're going to move ENVB and BBGI around. BBGI, ENVB. We're going to move these two plays around right here. I don't like ENVB is the point. I'm not a big fan of the way it's moving. Go to a little bit larger time frame, at least at 3 minute for now, and see the deviation channel. Right now, we do have BBGI halted up, 770 or 575, 585 bounce play alerted. Nailed it once, nailed it twice, and there we go. Hopefully you guys are killing it. Damn, your bouncer worked on BBI. T-Web. That's all. That's what I've... Look, scroll back up. Scroll up. I don't know if you guys will scroll up, but this is what I alerted earlier on at 7 a.m. my time, which is 8 a.m. Eastern, 6 time Mountain, 5 on the West Coast. I alerted that. I said, going to continue trade bounce plays. I alerted 5 of them yesterday. That was 5 for 5 on alerts yesterday. I think it was 2 for 2 or 3 for 3 on trades. The bounce plays I alerted had $15. Dude, going back to OCG. Again, let's just look at OCG from yesterday. OCG's bounce play alone, the one I alerted and the one I traded, right? So the one I alerted for B or OCG was the bounce play right here at 435. We went from 435 all the way up. That's a $9 bounce play, right? I'm not going to continue to say then I alerted this at 565, 57, because you actually count in the total overall every bounce play I alerted, and I just considered that the one because I know I entered it here. But then there's I entered in here at 565. I told everyone to enter in. This then went up to 13. That's $6 or $7 worth of movement. So 2 bounce plays I alerted from OCG, just 2 if you actually count both of them. $10+ in bounce plays. 10. One went $9. The other one went $7. That's $16 on 2 bounce plays I alerted. No offense, but fuck short in the top. They don't last that long. Bounce plays last way longer. They do. There are some reversals up top that last, and it just kills the play and it goes off and it's dead the rest of the day. You don't get that very often, though. You get it from time to time. Trading nothing but bounce plays. They're what's working for me. I'm killing it. Again, yesterday, if you took all 5 of those the true range of all those bounces, it was probably right around $30 worth of bounce plays yesterday. 30! That's fucking crazy. Okay, I'll come out there and tune your system's networking. There, Wi-Fi really. There we go. You can help lay out the Wi-Fi on your new. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I can't wait to do that. Yeah, this house sucks. I mean, you could do stuff and pay money, but I don't. I'm just not going to do it at this house. I'm just not going to spend extra money on this house. And yes, it got halted there, Sterling. Perfect. Beautiful bounce play. Absolutely perfect. We have AFJK halted up. We do have ASPC halted up. And then the best play of the day is BBGI, in my opinion. It's halted up. Plays for right now for you traders and even for myself, 575. I'd look for another dip buy at 575. I would. Other than that, I'm going to see if this play doesn't come up to 720 to 750 area and we get a reversal. I hope it does and makes a pretty nice flat 715, 720 fail. Gets a small reversal back down, maybe to the VWAP. That's small. I say small, but that it could end up being a good play for you guys. So 2 plays to look for right now. Bounce at 575, reversal off of 720 area. I wanted to reverse off 720, come back down, then fly up the new high of day, because then I want to get a bounce play off 720. I want this to run, and I was talking about in the morning alerts there. And then boom, BBGI. This is why, again, back to that. It is halted up right now. This is why I even said if you go back to my morning alerts and said if there's one I like, it's BBGI. It's the only small cap play I like, and it perfectly bounced off that 575 mark, halted up, already a dollar move. A couple of things to be looking at would be a reversal again off the 720 area into 750 for the short, or another bounce off 575. Those are the 2 trades to be had here now, as we just got a killer bounce and alert to you guys at that 585, 575 area for the dip. BBGI. BBGI. Got IRBT, says Paula. IRBT. Another halt on BBGI. Going to a 10-minute halt. Yep, here goes IRBT. So IRBT starting to move up a little bit here, team. So IRBT. I like the $5 area, Paula, because that's the high from last Friday. $5 was the high, and it fell down. And that's kind of one of those lenses you can be like, hey, that was perfect entry for the short up top. Again, I'm not a big shorter up top. I don't like it that much. I like it when I really like TGL on Friday. Shorted that. I said, this is going to be a great short. Let's short it. When I love it and I like it, then I would trade it. I don't like IRBT here for the short up top. If you do want to trade it, again, 495 into 5 would be where I'd be looking at. T-Web, BBGI 725. Yep, and it may hit that and reverse right off of it, you know, and maybe it hits it and flies up for a new high of day, and then we would, you know, so we could, if it opens up there, we know old resistance equals new support, but then we also have the halt up price there, so the halt strategy comes into play. Patience. I mean, obviously, yesterday at this time, I was still trying to get an extra little bit of rest on my eyes. I didn't really get much sleep yesterday when I left after doing the morning alerts and then before I came back from the, you know, before going on Trade the Pool, but we killed it. We got IBIO, NCPL, you know, OCG, which I kind of forgot about. Darn it, OCG as well was another good mover from yesterday. And it never cracked 7, so not really missing much there. It just bounced off 7, and we're just chilling, so we're really right off 7 and now bouncing. So another good bounce play, you know, for OCG. Bounced off 7 back up to 760 here. IRBT is rolling. We are ASPC live. ASPC is live. ASPC live into another halt up. So ASPC here. Again, going to be one of those plays. Watch for a pop into 41, 42, 43, 44 here. ASPC is now live. Halted up yet again. Nice good move up out of nowhere. So ASPC here, beautiful spike up. Get the gap up. Runs into another halt up. You know, I would like to trade that if there wasn't a lot of charting right here. Just because I would trust it. Hey, breakout over here. We can get in. It's just we have too much. Where is it going to fail at? Is it going to fail here? Is it going to fail here? Is it going to fail there? IRBT is rolling here, so we're going to put ENVB curling back over. We're going to go with IRBT, iRobot. Been looking at this for the past couple of weeks, and its play. So ENVB starting to come back on down, not given the move or the love. Again, why I wasn't impressed with that ticker, the chart, the setup. Just not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of it. We'll see if AFJK can go live. 10-minute resumption time. We did have a 5-minute halt on... or no, it was 10. It was 10. It was 10 also on ASPC. There's your 575 Paula. Starting to get a little bit of that reversal. That's why I was saying a little bit higher in there. End of 5 would be a little bit safer for me, and starting around 475 if you wanted to, but 495.5 was the true resistance. This 10-minute halt, though, we're going to see what happens. Are we going to... What I'll say right now with ASPC halted up, AFJK halted up, and BBG, the mob is going to be a little bit split on which one to take. Does it help because, you know, ASPC halted up? Do we run for another halt up here for BBGI? Could definitely see that. And you go back and look at the news on BBGI, there is none. So there's nothing really leading this play. It's all about momentum, all about chart, all about the setup as far as we're getting SMX leftovers. You know, all the moves we had from SMX afterward, a lot of crazy spikes. There's your gap up, quick halt strategy there at 680. Don't like this massive lower wick right there. Not bad if you're already in and took the bounce at 575. You're already up $2. This is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Bounce play at 575 for BBGI. BBGI run into another halt up right now. About to halt up here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Should be seeing a halt up any second right now. So BBGI, oh, there we go. Halted up yet again. Did get a little bit of that love there with a pretty good size gap up as well. Gap and go. I'm looking for a bounce play now. I am definitely going to be looking for a bounce play right around the 715 area. I might even add in down to 680. This is going to be the dip buy. 715 down to around 680 team. This is going to be your dip buy opportunity, what I'm looking for as well. Halted up there. AFJK as well, still halted. AFJK live. AFJK live with a gap up. We're going to move beat out of the way. AFJK coming on board right here. Crazy, crazy mover. Not going to touch it or ASPC today. Nice, good moves on both of those. ASPC looking like it's going to hold up a little bit longer here. BBGI, 715 and a 680 for the dip. Let's see, are you going to hit the key into the bounce? No, I'm going to put orders in like yesterday. Just see how this opens up, Reese. Make sure we get a little, like, I don't want to see this open beside it and crush down. I don't want to see that. I want to see a little bit of a gap up and a little bit of maturity, like a little bit of just essentially selling, buying, selling, buying. We're just chopping up, down, and then get that pullback. I want to make sure it opens up first with a little bit of green. Then I can trust that it's not going to have this crazy sell-off and just go halting down. You're good, Hotkey. Yeah, I knew what you meant. I figured I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I'm just going to slowly kind of look at large caps over here to the right. See if there's anything that's moving up nicely. Or down. Man, not so far. Nothing so far that I'm seeing here for large caps. Yeah, Paula, you're going to have to, the one thing, which I know you talked about that price target, Paula, that's definitely going to be key, that area that we talked about. Now, not the biggest fan of IRBT as far as the chart setup, but it's not bad as far as any getting a bounce play. I would like it down around 425 for the dip buy, but this little whole consolidation area right around 440 into 425, we'll call it 430. 430 into 440 resistance, support on the way down. So you guys that are going short, that is going to be some strong support at the 440 mark into around 430. 430 to 440. Another 10-minute halt here coming from ASPC. ASPC halted up at 43.35. 43.35. That means it's going to come live at 53.35. BBGI halted up at 46.01. 46.01 for BBGI. Again, let's see how this opens up. We open up with a little bit of green. I'm immediately going to come down here and put limit orders around 715 into around the 680 area. That's it for me right now. That's the one I'm looking for. Good job, Reese. That's the thing with, like I said, stock trading. I mean, it's the figure out who you are as a trader, right? And then when you do that, then you got to figure out where your stop loss is, where your target's going to be at, And then after you do that, then there's just so much stuff that you have to think about, and then start to work and really, I almost said work out, but you have to work out, day in, day out, so to speak, in the stock market, and come in here and get the weights, so to speak, or go to the library, get the books out, and every day kind of tinker with these things over and over and over and over and over with your system until you have this nice systematic rhythm and rhyme to the market of what you're looking to trade. ASPC, for you big kahunas, you got some big cojones, you got some freaking watermelons down there, some cantaloupes. 41 into around 42.50. Watch for a good short right here on ASPC. Now again, ASPC has 44 fail, 41 fail, or we'll call it 40 essentially, and then we've got the 42 fail. So we know starting right around 40 into 42 is going to be tough titty, said the kitty. Here's your short and reversal right there for IRBT. Paula, if you got it, beautiful move on down. There's our move for BBGI. So now I'm going to start putting limit orders in for BBGI. Back down around that area that we talked about. So 715 into 680. Let's put some orders in for BBGI. Oh, don't keep going, you son of a gun, you. Look at the halt strategy working out perfectly twice in a row now. So this is what I call the halt strategy. In 2020, this worked out. Oh, my God, you are not going to go into another halt up. No! Just running away from us here, team. Oh, man. Well, I called it. BBGI is the winner of the day. I had it. God bless America. Well, there you go. I told you, BBGI was my favorite ticker. It had the best chart setup, the best look to it, could possibly move. And there she goes. We're talking now, what's probably going to be when this opens up from another halt up. We're now into a third halt up right here. I was hoping to get a dip buy back off the 720s into the 680 mark. 575 bounce, now all the way up. It's going to be seeing 975. We're talking a $4 dip buy in a matter of about 20 minutes. Absolutely amazing. Gah! Oh, this is where you just have to trade the breakout. I just don't trust the breakouts as much, but look at the halt strategy. See where we halted up at? Support. See where we halted up at? Support. It's absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous to see that. Now, we had this happen so often in 2020 because of the small cap space got crazy, crazy. We saw these literally on what seemed like every week where you could trust the halt strategy. You know, when this play, okay, I see a gap up coming. This is where the dip buy is going to be at. Okay, I see a gap up coming. This is where the dip buy is going to come at. So you just surround this area with limit orders and hope on that lower lightning shadow gets you filled. Man. Paula, I am for now. I am for now, Paula, just to see if we get a hard sell-off. But most likely I'm going to be having to readjust those orders on BBGI now. I would say this is going to be probably the new halt, or I should say the new bounce area. You know, 935. Anyone have the LULD on where this play is going to open up at? Anyone have the LULD on where this play is going to open up at? Woo! We are live, speaking of open, on ASPC. Oh boy, here you go, Risky Biscuits, Tornado Crickets. This is your area for the short. You can see we are seeing a little bit of selling here up top into the 40s. Let's see if we get that reversal as we talked about. There we go, starting to get a little bit of that move back on down for ASPC. It needs to crack back below 37.50, and this play will start to tumble back on down real nicely. Could even look for a short on the halt down if we run into it, because we're probably going to see a gap down, most likely from this move. And there's that short so far paying out. If you took it, 40 into 42.50. Again, spread on this play, not really crashing down. It's just one of those ones I would have to be careful with. Definitely profitable if you were right now, if you can take some profit, right? If you've got in that trade, you got a $2-3 move. The spread hopefully is kind of lightening. It's a little, it's bigger, but it's lightening up at times. It's getting a little bit better, a little bit tighter, so to speak. Try to get out when that spread tightens up a little bit. Like right now, it tightened at, see, and then it got big again. So you've got to wait till that spread tightens up a little bit, and then you can look for a possible exit on that move on down. But that play working out 40 to 42.50, not really great though right now, and that's why I was not taking the trade. To me, the best trade, BBGI. This is the most predictable mover of the morning, is BBGI. Halted up now at 51.41. 51.41 for BBGI. Beautiful move there today. Absolutely gorgeous. Hopefully you guys got some of that. ASPC, oh, is it not available on TTP? Not surprising. Not surprising that they took that one off. T-Web 964. Yeah, so it's going to open up, and it's going to be already a freaking $4 move. And that was the bounce play. We haven't had a bounce since. So you can call these bounce plays if you want to, this halt strategy, but it's so quick, lightning fast, and of course not trusting if we're going to get the halt strategy, so you're not anticipating it. But this is what we'll have, excuse me, we'll have time periods when this halt strategy is working out a little bit more, when you can trust it, you see it more. Like, I wish tomorrow we get another one. You know, or let's say today at some point in time we get another one. You better believe that if I see something like this tomorrow, after we've had two today and the halt strategy is working out perfectly as it's moving up the first round. So first halt up, perfect. Second halt up, perfect. You better believe if I see a third gap up, it teardrops, nails it right at 935, then goes up any bit. And so it works out for a third time in a row. And if we see another one somehow today with that, you better believe tomorrow, when I see the first halt up, and I'm asking everyone what the LULD is, and we're seeing a gap up, a pretty good sized gap up, 30, 40, 50 cents. So guys, I'm trusting it. I'm going to trust it today. I'm going to go after the halt strategy. But I want to see it work. See, look right here. Let's see if it works again. Yep. See, it's working again. That's working for a third time in a row. And here comes finally a sell-off. Watch for, oh, come on now. No, I want you to go down. No, go down. Go down. Go. There we go. I'm going to leave my orders in here, team. Right around the 715 to 680 mark. I'm leaving my orders in. This could get a gap down. So, you know, if you didn't have trade the pool rules, this is about to halt down. And 5, 4, 3, 2, there she goes. I would trade this if I had Lightspeed or Cobra. I would have immediately just jumped in there, probably like 2,000 or 3,000 shares. Why? Because as soon as this opens up with a gap down, I'm going to be up immediately 20, 30, 40, 50 cents. I'll take that. It may only be a 5 to 10 second trade because I just got into it. So boom, trade the pool. Now it has to be live for 30 seconds after, wherever you got in at. You got to go 30 seconds. But what could happen here is this plate immediately gaps down and skyrockets right back on up. And now you're red. That's the reason I wouldn't trade this on TTP. I would on Cobra. I would if I had Lightspeed. I would do it 100%. This is trades I used to take. I'm like, all right, get in team. You can jump in a couple thousand shares, 2,000, 3,000 shares. Knowing that if I get it, which I will, anyone have the LULD, by the way, T-Web, what's the LULD showing here on BBGI? I'm going to bet it and guess it's a gap down. And that's the thing. You get the gap down from here, 865. So you're in at 865. You open at 815. You immediately take profit or all of it. That's a 50-cent trade. 2,000 shares. I'll take that any day of the week. It says 980. Is it gap up, Paula? What? I'll be surprised if we see a gap up right here. And then if we see a gap up from all this red, then I'm not going to trade this ticker. This should gap down. Why are we going to gap up? How are we going to gap up? Look at all this red. We had hundreds of orders right here going through. Look at all these orders going through. Red, 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 red. I mean, look how many seconds we were red here. And how many hundreds of shares, thousands of shares now, before the last green order came through. Which is 1 share, 14 shares, 10. How would we gap up from this? Make it make sense, market makers. And if it does gap up from this is just starting to run too halty. Too halty. We missed the best trade. It was down here at the fucking 575 bounce. We are getting some very hodgepodgey, jolty movement today overall. Lots of gaps up, lots of halting, a lot of wonky movement. BDRX is slowly trying to come back on up. Could end up being the play for the day, BDRX. It's staircasing. I want staircases. Go back to yesterday in OCG. This was a staircaser. It did halt up and have volatile times here and there. I think it only had a couple of halts up, possibly not many. This is what I want to see more of. We go back to a 3-minute time frame, clean up some of that chop, and go back and look at this from yesterday. This is gorgeous. Old resistance. We fly up, bounce off of it, fly up even more. I know if we come staircasing back down, this is the bounce area. Called it out on the TTP stream. Just didn't get filled. Literally. Was pissed if you saw that yesterday. Okay, well, we fly up and do it again. Come up, 545, fly above it, bounce off of it, bounce off of it. We go up for more. Now, in my opinion, this consolidation zone into this is going to be the dip buy. So surround this area with orders. We did and got filled there a little bit more to the higher side. And we kept going up. And then what do we do? Yet again. Old resistance. New support, new support, new support. Talked about that on the Discord, and I alerted that in here yesterday. 740 dip buy, a little riskier, better, safer one down at 680. Well, 740 worked. Then let's do it one more time. Old resistance equals new support. Really almost teardropped off of it right here and did it a couple more times in after hours. Old resistance, new support. I mean, bounce plays. This is what we want to look at, staircasing material. This also then provides for multiple ways to trade. Downtrend breaks, breakouts, reversals, shorts at high of day, bounce plays. That's a lot of ways and a lot of trades to be had. Reversal, downtrend break, bounce play, reversal, downtrend break, bounce play, breakout, reversal, bounce play, reversals. We're talking like 20 plus trades on this ticker yesterday. This is the chart I want to trade. You could trade it many ways. Many people can make money on OCG. That's what I'm looking for, an OCG type of chart. We are halted down right now. BBGI, 57 after and 14 seconds. 57 after 14 seconds. 5-minute resumption would be 02:14. Yeah, probably a trap. Definitely. Yeah, 100%. That's crazy. But definitely a trap, Paula. They trapping them. I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out. Because I love you too much, baby. Level 2 is now showing 9 for BBGI. Okay. I'm going to leave my orders down here for now. If that VWAP starts to move a little too high for me. Okay, see, I was like, okay, this makes more sense. There's opens up right beside it. I was like, yeah, come on now, don't be messing with my heart. My beating heart. Oh, you got to be kidding me! You're going for another halt up right now. Well, jump in, I guess, if you want to see. Maybe you get a small little gap up here. I can't trust it now. This plays just too many halts for me. Too many halts for me. It hurts the heart because I called this play out. I was just a little late today and going over to, a lot of the small caps and late getting into doing the large caps. I most likely would have went smaller 1,000 shares. Most likely spread out some orders around the 575, 585 mark. That hurts, knowing that we would have gotten filled and could have easily, out of the gate right there, could have seen a 50, 60, 70 cent bounce if we would have gotten filled right, and then comes down to get filled even more. That hurts. $5 move. $5 move now. $4 move now from that bounce play alerted to you guys in pre-market. Here's what I'm talking about. Too ugly today. Too much halting. Halt fest. Yeah, halt fest incoming, T-Web. I'm slowly moving over to BDRX. Or now I do like, and Paula was all over, at least it was her top area. To me, it was more of the start of the short versus the top area of the short. But I like 475 again. I do like a double top on IRBT. I'm getting rid of AFJK. I'm going to go over to BDRX. And I'm about to start looking at large cap tickers too as well. BDRX is staircasing. We're getting old resistance, new support. Old resistance, new support. If BDRX can get back above 570, goes up to say, I hope it goes way out. Well, this pre-market is ugly trash, really. I would love for BDRX to go up through 6. Obviously, 615 would be great. Into the VWAP. Then this 575 bounce play would, just like on BBGI, we can get another B play and the bounce at 575. Now, do we get all the way up to 975 on the bounce play? I doubt it. But still getting 30, 40, 50, 60 cents, which I was hoping to get on BBGI, and that's about it. We could look for that. So BDRX, let's see if this gets over 570. We could go for a bounce play there. Go back over to ENVB, so that's moving up again. Not a fan of the chart, but I'll keep it on watch. ENVB has some strong 325 resistance over, or 1325 resistance over that. Watch for a pop up to 14 or so. Do have ENVB on watch over here actually already. I just realized it was in the bottom right hand corner. Tesla, chop. SPY not really doing much. Of course, we do have FOMC today with Mr. JP, Jerome Powell. He will be sporting, as always, a purple tie. That guy is always wearing a purple tie. I mean, it's absolutely always. Absolutely always. I didn't say this earlier. I don't know if who's still around. Who was it? Tight Stops. I don't know if Tight Stops is still around. Tight Stops was asking about. It's cool. I love when traders come over and like, oh man, I remember you from Tradecaster. You're still around. Where'd you go? We'll say congratulations to Sean. He got married this weekend to his now bride, his wife. Was with Abby for a few years. I think around like 3, 4, 5 years they've been together. I can't remember exactly when they got together, but congratulations. I did have an invitation to his wedding this weekend, but congratulations to Sean getting married. Forgot to mention that earlier. I meant to. I thought it when I talked about, or we brought up the wedding. I meant to say, oh, well, congratulations, And good luck, because just let me tell you something. Marriage isn't easy. Yeah, here I forgot to bring that up. I forgot to bring that up. Congratulations. Yeah, he got married this weekend. I think he's taking this week off, if I'm not mistaken, from streaming live, which he deserves it. Guy's been doing this fucking forever. I don't know if he's ever taken a full week off. I mean, he's taking time off here and there. I mean, I guess for his little seminar things he does out in Utah or whatever. But he doesn't really take a lot of time off. He's been doing it since 2016, 2017, day in, day out. Been doing it for a very long time. So congratulations, and definitely good luck. Your marriage it's it's been easy for the most part for us, but we have difficulties. We argue, we fight. As much as everyone loves, it seems like everyone loves Avery and I, and we have this perfect marriage. I mean, we don't. I mean, it's perfect, I guess, as you can get, but nothing's ever perfect. Just like every setup, every broker, nothing's ever the way we all always want it to be. Every once in a while, we get those perfect trades, but you get my point. But yeah, man, marriage is tough. Marriage is hard. Got a long journey together. You don't really realize it. And then I see so many people, unfortunately, and I've seen a lot over the past year or two, get divorced. People that I've just met over the last, and then some people I've known for a while, but there are people that I've, like the people that we got the last couple of Great Danes from, Margot and Domino, the sisters that we got. You would have thought that they have a nice ass like ranch in Texas. They do cattle. They sell. They've got. You can tell they got money. And anyway, they got a big ass ranch and they got a big house. And you're like, oh, this is great. These couples got it together. We first got Domino. The dad was on the way through. The husband was on the way through from Texas to like Tennessee for some kind of like auction or something. And his nice big ass truck he had, huge truck. Anyway. You never would have thought, but anyway, they got divorced this last summer, or whenever it was. Saw the post from the lady, the girl. Of course, I follow both of them on Facebook now, and saw a trade. Saw a post that he wants to leave, doesn't want to be with her anymore. He wants something completely different. Just doesn't want to be in. I guess had been holding this in, and just wants to. Yeah, it's just like, wow, you're with someone for all those years, and eventually, it's crazy that you can just fall out of love and you don't want that anymore, or whatever happens in the relationship that you just don't like them, or they may be changing too as well and doing things that they used to not do, and you want something younger because you're getting older, and now older isn't good, and now you want younger. Yeah, anyway, marriage is tough. Marriage is tough for sure. Anywho, IRBT needs to get back over 430. IRBT. I would love IRBT back up. Good short there. Good alert from Paula. So we put that on watch. I liked it a little closer to 5. It hit 475, which Paula talked about as well, and has just dumped down from it. And you can see here, now it's going to be tough to get back over. But again, if we do, I love IRBT for a short. Absolutely. This would be the one trade I'm looking at besides BDRX. BDRX over this 570 mark. Watch for a pop to 6 to 615. Then that 570 is going to be the bounce play. IRBT, watch for a pop into 470, 475 for a short. Again, if you had big cojones, you ended up getting a pretty good short here for ASPC. It did come down long enough, in my opinion, to get a good $2, $3, $4 move, even with the spread, get you about $3, $4 worth possibly. Now this thing could become parabolic and go nuts. Today could be that day where we're just looking at halts on halts on halts. Right now, we have ASPC halted up at 8 after and 15 seconds. 8 after and 15 seconds at the play halted up. BBGI is 0243. 0243 should be coming live at 12 after and 43 seconds. I want to trade BBGI. That FOMO is definitely kicking in, but I have what I would call disciplined FOMO. Yeah, like Kevin Avery talks about on the trade the pull stream quite a bit. Or, he's like, man, how do you sit back and he just has to, like, people just have to trade. I'm not like that. I don't have to trade. Like, I just wait for setups to come to me. And when those setups come, then I'll trade. Right now, this is getting pretty parabolic and pretty nuts on BBGI. So we're going to sit back and wait on BBGI. If we get the gap halt strategy, does that continue to work? We can see it's really starting to work here. Again, the dip buy came down, so we're starting to see that. So do we pop up and fly to another halt up? And if we do, I would be looking for a bounce play back around 960 and around 950. Now, yes, in case we do see another open, straight fly down and we're selling off, I would love for this play to slow the fuck down and stop halting and become more of a slow and steady mover like we were. Then we could go for a bounce play, which I still have my orders in at that 720 to 680 mark. This would be the bounce play still for me. But if we start to fly up and we're at 1050, 1070 halted up, that area is just not going to get hit. And when it does, I won't be around for the bounce. Now, it could still bounce there. Sure, true, for sure. I mean, later in the day. And I'll maybe be around then, but you get my point. It's not going to happen here the next hour or so when I am trading with you guys. ENVB still having that trouble with that 1320, 1325 mark, getting that reversal back on down. It ended up being a pretty nice, good short right there. Again, I'm going to move over and start looking at 1040, 1020. Okay, yeah. And if that's the case, T-Web, and we know this area right here, right around 950 to 960 is going to be the dip buy on BBGI. Let's see, do we go a 10-minute, the 10-minute resumption time right here? 10-minute resumption time. See if we get a gap up. $52.43 is the resumption, or $12.43 is the resumption. $12.43 is the resumption here. Big gap up there. Yep. Big gap up. Flew up to 11.20. God, this play is absolutely flying now up 182%. Going in for another move up right here, team. Going for another gap up right here. So if you, only reason I wouldn't trade it, because we got to be in trades for 30 seconds here. And this is going to be the second halt up. We know what happened. The third halt up went up. We halted up. And then we came down and then we crashed down. I'm wondering how long 30 seconds is going to be on for a trade. If I'm typically trading, if I traded like Think or Swim, which I thought about doing this right here, trading this on TOS, getting in immediately right here at 11:44, and as soon as this opens up, just take the profit. As soon as it goes live, just take the gap up. Because if we just got a gap up from 950 to, we'll call it 1040, 90 cents, we'll probably see another 40, 50 cent gap up here. T-Web, what's the level 2 showing now? Does anyone have the level 2 on it now? BDRX did come back on down, unfortunately. OCG's caught in a trap. ENVB was probably the better short of the day so far. ENVB still watching IRBT. IRBT, 475 reversal team. 475 for IRBT. ENVB was a great reversal there at that 13.25 mark. Now coming back on down, $1.50, $2 reversal there on IRBT. These are the runners that I really love to see. Nice, good reversals there up top that continue to go down. IRBT was another one there up top. BBGI, thought process on how to trade this. If you don't have TTP and you don't have to worry about being in 30 seconds, trade the gap ups. This is going to see another gap up. So yeah, 12.35. Are you kidding me, G-Web or T-Web? 12 is opening price. Oh yeah, 12. So it's probably going to see another, in my opinion, a minimum 45, 50 cent gap up minimum. It could get close to that dollar again. You're trading the gaps is all you're trading. You're trading the gaps. 100%. I'm moving my orders now. We will not see 720s anymore. I'm going to move my orders right around the 960 mark. This 960, 950, 980 area. 1245. God. Absolutely going bananas over there. I don't think we're missing anything today. It's mostly large cap plays because of FOMC to the mid caps that run with it are pretty ugly because of FOMC. Small caps, it's BBGI. BBGI. If we're trading the gap on BBGI, would you enter? Where would you enter? 1245. Yeah, so essentially, bro stuff like I talked about, this is going to be our new area. 960, 950. 960, 950 is going to be the bounce play for BBGI. We also do have ASPC halted up. So ASPC halted up yet again here. So we have ASPC 1 halt, 2 halt, 3. So this is into a third halt up here. Now going crazy parabolic. I would love to get a reset on ASPC Not really looking at it a second ago, but this is what I love. You get these gap ups and then run to a new halt up. You get in 100 shares here at the break of 45. You know, essentially knowing that you're over the highs from yesterday and after hours, get in on the halt up. And then you immediately run into another halt up. So right now you'd be up $7, $6, $7, $5, something along those lines. Probably getting another gap up here, moving and touching 55, getting a minimum $7, $8 play with the spread, which is absolutely amazing. Halt times again here. Let's go over those. BBGI halted up at 1303. 1303. ASPC halted up at 1335. All right, BBGI. Come on and give it to us, baby. We do have OCG trying to pop back on up, too, as well. Actually bouncing off that $7 mark twice today. That ended up being a gorgeous, gorgeous move today so far. Just easy peasy bounce plays. That's what I'm looking at, team. Over and over and over. Bounce plays, bounce plays, bounce plays, bounce plays. T-Web. 1260 market makers are trying to figure it out. Yeah, right. Yeah, they're like, where are we going to open this? Yeah, right. Look at that bounce. That PLTR. Look at it. I'm telling you, JT. I'm telling you, brother. Bounce plays is where it's at right now. Bounce plays by far are, yes, reversals up top when we're seeing them. We're getting them here and there. But bounce plays just overall are getting the biggest, best, longest movement, in my opinion, from all across the spectrum. You know, large cap, mid cap, small cap. ASPC is live. ASPC is live here, team. Running into another halt up. The gap down wasn't nearly as big. This is most likely going to see a sell-off here after the next halt up here. So we're about to halt up yet again here. ASPC halting up yet again here. And there we go. So ASPC, this is, man, that would have been a huge big banger play with the 100 shares. Looking to possibly trade ASPC with the 100 shares as well to the downside. So we could get multiple halts down here as this play has gone up so much. Looking for the reversal and move down. We traded that yesterday, actually, on AFJK. We got one of those moves yesterday for AFJK. Merlin, stop. Getting that double top here on PLTR. Did pull that up. PLTR 186.50, 186.70 area for resistance is getting that double top here and move back on down. Beautiful choppy chart. Consolidate, kind of like what OCG's doing. But you get a beautiful choppy chart. I say choppy, but it's just up, down, up, down, up, down. But it actually stays consistent in that channel and trend overall. I think the market retests of the highs are better than trying to figure out the tops like IRBT. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Once it's identified, then you can go. That's the ones I'm typically. That's what I'm trading if I'm shorting the top. It's telling me where to short. Like I can see it, and everyone else can see it. Come on, IRBT, give it to me, baby. IRBT, come on, baby. If I see anything over 460s on IRBT, I'll take the short. Resumption time here for some for the ASPC, halted up at 1853. We are doing 5-minute halts here recently on ASPC. That means that would come live at 2353. BBGI halted up at 1303, so that should come live at 2303. So 2303 for BBGI and 2353 for ASPC. All right, sweet. Less than a minute here for BBGI. Less than a minute here for BBGI. 1250. Cool, 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 cool. Got it, got it, get it, got it. Good. Lay down, Margot. Lay down. You're fine. Lay down. Yeah, Paul, it may not get back up to that area. I'm just going to be patient and see if it does get back up to 460 into 475. You know, you can see a lot of failing when we pop back up there at that 460 and that reversal down from it. So that's where I would look to add in on that. BBGI 960 area for the dip. ASPC, watch for some selling and some maybe even a halt down with a gap down after we open up here. 03 or 2303 coming up live. 03, 2303 coming up live right here. Another big gap up. Another big gap up here for BBGI. Another big size gap up here. We're going into another halt up. Going in for another halt. Nope, nope, nope. Hitting resistance there. A little bit and failing. Going into another halt up right here. Flying into another. It's going to be the third halt up yet again. Just playing the halts right now, team. And now I get a little worried. You know, like, which I want to jump in. I want to jump in and just take one of these. But then I just feel the one I jump in, it's going to do what it did earlier, which is now the third halt up. So we have that good move here, team. Halt strategies are working. You know, when we're opening up far enough above it and then coming quickly back down to this area. It's the one thing about TTP. You have to be in a trade for 30 seconds. And they're very difficult when you're trading halt plays. Yeah, IRBT, I'm watching it. Watching IRBT. There goes ASPC moving up yet again. ASPC moving up yet again. ASPC here, team, moving up and all over the place. So ASPC here moving around. Can't trade it on Trade the Pool, though. Can't trade it on Trade the Pool. We do still have BBGIs halted up. IRBT's on watch. I can't trade ASPC on Trade the Pool. But on Thinkorswim, I can. And that's the one where I look to possibly trade ASPC if this gets that next. It's reset right now, but we could look for another leg up. Over 64 for ASPC. That play is going to be seeing 70 and then 75. Oh my God, T-Web, is it really saying 15 now? Is it really saying 15 now? Oh, God bless America. God bless America. I really hope we get another one of these plays. This is the gap halty plays I like to trade. When we know we're getting these big gap ups from the halt ups, this is exactly what you're looking to trade right there, because you can just get in knowing you're going to get a gap up. This was a prime example, just getting in before this halted up, and then you get another gap up. I want to see more of these. The more of these you see, the more I'll start trusting them. And I just would jump in. Okay, guys, as soon as this goes live, as soon as this, we see we get a halt strategy play, typically the trade would be when this play opens up, it's a little red and comes down and comes flying back on up. Eclipsing over that 1040 mark where we open up, that's the long. Eclipsing back over the 1210 mark is the long. So once it goes down, comes back up, you see green, you just get in. There's your halt down right there. Figured we see some selling for ASPC. Halt and gap plays, the halt and gap plays over and over and over here. That's all we're doing for BBGI and ASPC. Halted down for ASPC 26 after 9 seconds. Halted up for BBGI at 23:31. 23:31. 23:31 for BBGI. 26:09 for ASPC. Got to think about 575, 675, 875, 5, what's it? 675, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, yeah, $8. It's crazy. BBGI halted down at 1164. Time of the halt, 2851. Halted down, yep. Halt Fest here. It's Halt Fest. That's what I was saying over to CR Trader on the Discord. It's Halt Fest. You know, this is now again we see, like we saw in 2020, we see more of these where I can trust the play. You know, it becomes a little more tradable because you get, hey, we're running to another halt up, just get in. You know, if you can just get in as a play is halting up, you can get you get a gap up with it. You still have, yes, 9. Yep. Still like that area, Paula. I still like that area, Paula, for a dip buy, to be honest. I do. Now, the thing is, where do we open up here? Do we go into another halt down? Then I'm going lower, Paula. If we go to another halt down, I'm going to move my area from 950, 970 to around 875 into 8, like this area right here, and kind of surround it in about a 30-cent corridor right around there. So again, goes into a halt down. I haven't put limit orders in yet. I've canceled my limit orders from the $7 area. They've been canceled. Trying to figure out where I'm going to put them at. Right now, I like the 950, 970 area. But if we go into another halt down, then I'm going to go lower. If we don't and we just sell and we again try to become a normal mover and we're not going to halt in every fucking candle, then it's a little bit different for sure. Good play there for ASPCL. Again, like I talked about, watching for this to get some sell off after that third halt up always happens. Where's that picture I'm looking for here? Where in the heck is it at? Huh. And there goes your third halt, their second halt down. So, yep, now we know where the levels are. All right, team, we're going to go start here at the halt up price of 820 area and going around 850 or so. 820 into 850. 820 into 850. What's up, Nunsar? Been away from TradeCaster for a while. When I logged in, I saw all the trader channels were gone. What happened? Yeah, second time this morning we're going over this. So, long story short, Deck just stopped paying everybody. Earlier this year, we were still a team looking to have a get-together in New York, around March. Had that TradeCaster group chat text that we have. May, and it just was always bad timing, unfortunately for me. A week after Barris, one of our Great Danes, passed in 2023, because numbers were declining, he cut my pay. And it was always out of nowhere. It'd be like the day of, I go to get my pay. Like, hey, every Monday I get paid for the week before in streaming. And he just cut my pay down. I'm like, okay, could have let me know ahead of time. I just had a dog pass. Kind of bad timing here, but whatever. Then did it in May. So when Groot was passing, little as the day before he passed, same thing. I'm like, out of nowhere, you're cutting my pay. Could you not have let me know weeks ago? And hey, well, what happened in March? In March, we were about to get together in October. So May, he cuts my pay down yet again. To where I'm like, thinking about May, just go out and do my own thing finally. I never wanted to. Anyway, long story short, going to a month from that in June, I'm on vacation in Colorado and never getting a text saying, hey, done paying everybody. Sorry, just is what it is. Numbers are down. I'm sending this to all the traders. I'm done paying them. Jay, to everybody, you can stream free stream for free if you want. I'm like, okay, cool. Guess I'm definitely leaving now. So that next week I come back from Colorado, I'm streaming, for free, whatever. That Friday I'm going live like I always do. And I start talking about, hey, yep, here's the deal. Most likely leaving. I guess he caught word or something that eventually I'm going to be leaving. Well, I went and ran an errand. Actually went to go pick up my X5M competition from getting ceramic coated, yada yada. I was on my way home, and I've like my phone's blowing up, but I'm driving, going fast. I'm not looking at my phone. Finally, I get home, and I haven't looked at my phone yet. And then I finally look at my phone because I come into my office and my stream's down. Like my lobby's gone. I'm like, what happened? And then I finally look at my messages like, hey, your lobby just got blah blah blah. Hey, your lobby's gone. I think Deck caught wind. Blah blah blah. Man, what happened to your stream? And so Jen and then did the same to Jay and everybody. Just deleted their lobbies. Just, essentially the boy band broke up, and it just kind of happened out of nowhere, So it was just one of those things. We were a boy band. Everything was working good. We had a lot of good hits, got a couple of successful albums, and then the boy band broke up. So broke up late June, 1st of July, went out on my own, doing my own thing here. Of course, I've got my website, Prime Trading Investments, and I'm doing a holiday sale. So I'll put that out there for you guys so you can see here. And of course, I got a free Discord, so you guys need to come join the free Discord as well. But here, I'll put this. Let's do this instead. So we'll just bring this down for you guys. CR Trader's killing it over here. If you remember CR Trader, we got Love Chip. We got a lot of traders over here on the Discord, so come over and join the Discord. I'll put this link out there for you guys to come join. Copy. I was showing off actually deck here recently in the Snakeskin Randy, because today kind of reminds me of Snakeskin Randy days for sure. But there is the link for my Discord. But I'm running a sale right now on my website, so take advantage of the buy one get one Cyber Monday, Black Friday sale. Now calling it just a holiday sale, so to speak. And you can see traders continue to keep wanting to buy it, as we had Sailing Girl just get a package, we had Engineer get a package, Get Rich Together. And so what I'm doing here essentially is, if you buy the live stream, you want to come join my live stream at $70 a month. What I'm doing is throwing in 1 month of the morning alerts. So if you buy this, you're going to get this for free for the month, and you're going to get one-on-one. If you buy the 6-month package, you're going to get 3 months of morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream package, you're going to get 6 months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream and morning alerts pack, which does save you $200 in the end from paying monthly, so you're saving $200 doing this, I'm throwing in the 23 pack. That's right, added value of almost $1,100 in for free. So you get $200 for saving monthly, and I'm throwing in 23 one-on-ones. And that's what most people, that's what Sailing Girl, that's what a lot of people are getting, is that. Because you get me for a year, live stream, morning alerts, and you get 23 one-on-ones. You buy the 4-pack, I'm throwing in 1 month of the live stream and the morning alerts together. You buy the 6-pack, I'm throwing in 2 of each. You buy the 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 months of the live stream and the morning alerts. And if you buy the 23-pack, I'm throwing in 6 months, a half year of the live stream and the morning alerts together. Like I said, I've talked about this a lot. Traders that have all 3 get it faster. Traders that get the morning alerts, that also have the live stream, that also come over and do one-on-ones with me, get it quicker. They get it faster. We go over levels, your charts, your setups, your strat. And I've gotten better doing one-on-ones over the years. I know what to attack. I know what to try to tell you to get to do, and make you the trader that you need to become. So if you need any help, this is by far no other trader does what I'm doing for them, as in going over, doing a live stream. Most just do a live stream. You don't have people doing morning alerts and giving out levels from small to mid-cap plays, for traders across the globe, and just, here are your levels for the day. Here's what to trade it. And on top of that, let me tell you something right now. On top of that, check out what I also have. I've got an email from a trader right here from Rick C in chat, that in March of 2020, March of last year, he signed up for the morning alerts. Lo and behold, he's come over and chat and has talked more. And I also found out that his wife didn't want him to sign up for the morning alerts at first, and was kind of like, "Are you sure? 30?" And he was like, "It's 30 a month. I'll cancel if I need to." He's turned about $500 worth of investment. He's had them for about 18. He hasn't had it for a full 2 years. Had about a year and a half. His 950K account went to 4.3 mil. His self-administered IRAs did better. So essentially, he's quadrupled his account in less than 2 years. This year, a 92% win rate. Named his boat Levels after teaching him the levels. And here he is with his awesome wife, getting to sail around the Caribbean, however you want to word it. Because he's made, essentially, with the money he's made from his he's went from 950K to 5 mil on just the morning alerts alone. So if you don't think what I'm providing out there is not going to be beneficial, you're wrong. And then this is also Glass Blowing Trader in chat. He comes over. He's Jason Evers, Glass Blowing Trader. He's like, "Hey, can I promote my I have a sale going on?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't care." And again, for you guys, if you have a business, whether it's rental properties or you're selling furniture, you're selling glass, you're selling whatever, you can put that on my live stream. You can share that link. I don't mind that at all. Do it. But come over to that Discord. It's free. Come over when I'm free here on the live stream. I'm doing dual stream Fridays every Friday. So every Friday I have a trader on. This Friday it's going to be a double dual stream with Love Chip and Adrian Mans. Adrian Mans. Look up Adrian Mans. He had his own booth at the Money Show. That's nuts. That's good stuff. All right. All right. Coca-Cola for sale. Coca-Cola for sale. Is it for sale? The Coke, they're up for sale. You can buy Coke now. All right, so more sell off here from ASPC. Can't trade it on Trade the Pool. I would have actually on after the third halt up. I would have just went in small, probably 100 shares just to test the sell off, and we would be banking right now. Can't trade it on Trade the Pool though, unfortunately, to short it. IRBT. I'm not liking the way this is moving up. I wanted this to squeeze up here earlier, straight up to 460, 475, kind of like we did here, right? Quick move from 450. Couple of candles up, 3 candles up, 475, and then back down. Be careful shorting IRBT. I wanted the bounce play on BBGI. This play is halting way too much. It's really difficult to trade at this point. Unless you're just trading the halts and the gaps that come with them. That's about it. T-Web. T-Web, what is the opening price? Anyone have the opening price? Paula, what is the opening price for BBGI? BBGI. Are we seeing a gap up again? We seeing yet another gap up? $11.62. Okay, good. No gap up. No gap up. All right, cool. Let's just leave our orders in down here. Leaving the orders in around 815, 850 area. This is where I'm going to leave my orders in. I'm going to hope this play can slow down a little bit. 11. Cool. We're all over it. $11.80 now. $11.80 now. Cool. Boy, they're moving that. Boy, the market makers having fun today. No Maker's Mark gift? I can't believe it was on a Maker's Mark gift. Yeah, if you want to test it out, go right on ahead. I don't like that slow and steady matriculation up. If I'm going to short tops, it's going to be like TGO was on Friday, and I want a quick move on up to that area that I love, and it reverses and comes right back on down. Would you risk a short entry small around 12, 15, 1200 areas? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I would, yeah. I'm not going to do it myself, but like I said over in the Discord, I really feel profit taking comes here out of the gate for BBGI, and we most likely find a range, in a channel, which, will then come with it reversing again. So we get it. It may not get all the way back up to that area, though, Paula. And that's why I know you were saying 12, 15 to 12, because it may not get all the way back up to the 13s or so. I always am a little cautionary when it comes to shorting for these volatile tickers, and would rather go to the more to the higher side. Right around 12.85 into 13.35 or so. All comes with the gap. All comes with the gap up. Are we gapping up or not? Have we moved? Are we still at 11.80? Are we still at 11.80? Oh, there we go. There's what exactly like I talked about. There we go. There's the BBGI like I was talking about. Got a little bit of a spread on it. You can see the way that's jolting around, a little bit of a spread. Gets up to 10, 15 cents at times. Nothing too crazy, but there is a little bit of a spread right there. Good job, Paula. That 12-15 area, like we talked about, Paula. I don't know if you got filled there, Paula, at 12-15, but there you go. Good job there, Paula. Beautiful short right there. Paula, beautiful short. High chickened out. Yeah, these volatile plays, you got to go small. You know, that's the only thing, and it sucks because you go small and then you go, oh, if I just would have went bigger, I would have made so much more money. You know. There's the channel mode starting to be created right now. Channel is starting to get created. But yeah, these volatile plays, Paula, you got to go small. Again, 100 shares, you know, maybe 200-300 shares at most, somewhere in there, in my opinion. Maybe 500, you know, with these really volatile, halty plays. But again, you got to imagine even 100 shares, you got filled at 12-15. You know, boom, you made $100. 200 shares, $200. 300 shares, $300. Right? Maybe even a little bit more of that as you got down. You know, could have been a little bit more. You know, could have been $400, $500, $600 trade. You just have to be careful with these. There are some of these that I like TGL on Friday was a great example. TGL on Friday was a great example where I told everyone we're going to short this at 40. I love the short at 14. It at 12 reversed, $3 reversal. Hit 13 reversed, $3 reversal. I'm like, let's get it at 14. It almost saw a $3 reversal. It was perfect. And then of course TGL went bananas and I went long on it. This reminds me of TGL-ish on Friday, you know, in a way. JT, sorry, boss. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on in the small cap space. I'm not even looking at large caps. No offense. Large caps can go out to the woodshed and take a. Well, again, here you go. Already bouncing on up. So, you know, how low can this go? Hey, J Web, 182.84. That's how low it can go. Under 180, and a lot of it too. You see the SPY bouncing back on up. I don't know how much, you know, we're running hand in hand today. We are also bouncing off of what would be a trend line that I have. I would say we're hitting the lows from Monday. If we crack the lows from Monday, watch for a move down to the lows from Friday. I would say the most this could move down today would be like 180.15. But we've got to crack Friday's lows at 182.90 area or so. Under 182.90, we do have a little bit of 182.30 support. So I would say under 182.90, A to 182.20-30 area. And then ultimately could get its way down to around 181, maybe a little bit over 181. If IRBT is 475 support now, is a T-Web. If it goes up to like 5, if it goes to 5 to 515, that magical 520 area, it will then become old resistance equals new support. So we'll put IRBT over here just so we can see that a little bit better. We'll go back to ENVB. None of these plays are really doing too much. As far as in-market beat, you know, didn't really do a lot. But yes, if this can go up a little higher, say to the magic 520 mark, then we can look for a bounce play off of 475. Your dip buy right now is still going to be here. 450, 460. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier for the reversal, which we did see one small reversal there back on down, right? That's your bounce play right now. Is it T-Web? J-Web, T-Web, I got them all. I freaking halted. Seeing 6 on the daily. Yeah. Well, I think it's really going to start coming in here right here. Right here at the 525, 530 mark. That's where you're going to first see it at, in my opinion. That's why I wish this would pop just a little over 5. Then we could look for that bounce play back down here off the 465, 475 area. J Webb is my brother from another mother. Yeah, right. We got J Webb. We got T Webb in house. We got all kinds. Because JTW was J Webb from Tradecaster. Boy, it's just sucking the life out of everything else. Completely sucking the life out of everything else. Halted up BBGI 5111 5111 5111 for BBGI BBGI. There we go for IRBT. There we go. There's a nice little move up there. Let's see if this can get over 5, though, and hold 5. That would be the key, in my opinion, for IRBT. If IRBT can get over 5 and hold 5, that's going to be the key right there, in my opinion. Margo, lay down. Margo, please lay down, boo-boo. I know. Oh my God, I thought you said 5111 for BBGI there for a second. Was it? You're like, what? Where do we go to? We halted up at 5111. 5111. Hey, like I said, I put it over on the Discord. This reminds me of TGL on Friday. Reminds me of TGL on Friday. Reminds me of AFJK yesterday. So we've seen these plays here recently do this crazy halt up, move and then continue to go. This is what the play reminds me of. Is TGL and AFJK. If you're looking to trade IRBT 470 into the 4, in my opinion, even down to 455 area is going to be the dip buy for IRBT. So watch for a dip buy right around 470 into around 455 for IRBT. See if this play can come down a little bit more. Go to SPY here as we move into, because today is the FOMC day. Got JP talking later to Dizzles. BBGI, again, 5111 is the halt up time. 5-minute resumption will be 5611. 5611. $13.01 for BBGI. If this goes into another halt up, I'm just gonna jump in for fun here. Let's see if we don't get the move up here for BBGI. If this flies up to another halt up, so if we gap up to 13.01 and go into another halt up, it's reset. We'll see another halting gap up. I'll trade it. I'll go ahead and trade it. So BBGI, if this goes into another halt up. 1370. If we see a gap up that big and this races into another halt up, we're going to see another big gap up, team, for sure. Going into a 10-minute halt here. Hush. You're fine. I'm going to test the bounce. There you go. Yep. T-Web, I like it. T-Web, I like it. T-Web, I like it. BBGI 1360. Wow. Like I said, watch for this to gap up and this to hold this area, this 13 to 1335 area, and then just flies up into another halt up. If we gap up that big, 13, anything over high of day, it's going to try to hold high of day and then most likely move into another halt up. And again, if we do see a dollar gap up here, like we've seen earlier, and we go into another halt up, I'm going to take the trade and enter in. Jack! My pack's yelling out there. Yelling at Avery. All right. 51:11 halt up time. 51 after and 11 seconds. 51 after and 11 seconds for the Beasley Broadcast Group. Looking for maybe possibly another massive gap up and move to another halt up. Resumption time would be 01:11. 01:11. All right, any questions you guys have? Again, thank you all for coming over today. Thank you for coming over today. For everyone that has joined, here's my website from earlier too as well for any of you guys that are still listening that want to take advantage of the holiday BOGO sale. There you go. Holiday BOGO sale. Go take advantage. There you go. Again, thank you for everyone. T-Web, Paula, Reese, traders for coming over here today. J-Web. Tons of TB holdings from earlier. How we doing? And we had Broseph in chat. Oh, here we go. Okay, there's the sell. Oh, we actually did get the halt strategy to work out yet again. The open of this price was, what was the open? 1380. 1380 was the halt price, or the open price. So huge move right there for BBIG, and it's not really, we're not going to move into another halt up. Well, all right, so we're halted down again. I do like this 10-25 area. It's been holding up really well. So if this does come down off of it, I'd look for, that's the only other play to be had right now. I don't think we're going to come back down to 850 and get a dip buy here anytime soon, or the next 30 minutes. A lot of it comes back to the halting. We're halting, and that pauses things for 5 minutes, if not 10 minutes. So 1020, 1025 would be the dip buy as of now. And that really ends up being your main ticker, main mover. That's about it. Are there any stocks you want to go over? Broseph, T-Web, J-Web, Paula, Broseph. Who else we got in chat today? Light Stops. Lots of traders from earlier here. Thank you all from coming on over. Reese again today. Thank you for guys coming on over. All the wallflowers out there. Sterling for coming over today. James for coming over today. G. Delcor. Elise. Aussie Chick. Love Chip. King Lion. I think I've named most of the people in chat today. Sailing Girl. Yes, my wallflowers. Hey, we had it all over. You know, if you think about the dip buy originally early on this morning that I alerted to you guys on the live stream, I just didn't take because I was a little late getting to the actual trading party. You know, I was giving you guys a lot of levels and then went over what was going on with Sean and myself there because I got asked from Tight Stops what was going on with us. I said 575, 585 for the dip. That is a huge move on the way up. $8. 8 from our dip buy. Then it was just the halt strategy over and over and over and playing momentum, whether you got in on the halt. We never got bounce plays. The only bounce play that there was this 1025 area that got built up. And that's it. We're on the right ticker today. We talked about even ASPC. Got a couple of decent alerts there. Third halt up. 1, 2, 3, right. We see this massive move. This may have actually been 4 halts up. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 halts up. Eventually we see the sell-off that I talked about. Could have got in there, seen we'd see some selling pressure, put that over on the Discord. Could have got in around the $60 to $55 mark. This goes all the way down to 37, 39, 38, whatever. Untradeable, can't trade it on TTP, but still. Good job there, CR Trader. T-Web, good job. Yep. Here's the pullback down to this 475, 465 area. I'm going to sit back and wait to get a good trade on BBGI. I know I'm going to get one trade on BBGI today. Merlin, stop looking. Merlin, stop looking. Merlin, stop. Stop. That's the one thing about having big dogs. They like to lick and then they start. Well, you can probably get medium-sized dogs like pits and whatever that do that stuff as well. But the bigger the mouth, the louder the becomes, and it gets really annoying. Bus Boy watching from the dashboard of work truck today. Thanks, Josh. You got it, Bus Boy. Hey, I had some fun today. Really not a lot of movement in the large cap space. We know that with FOMC, but we did get some stuff in the small cap space, and mostly it's BBGI. Now, a little harder to trade because of all the halts. It makes it a little untradeable, to be honest. You just got to play momentum. A little more risk there involved. Still, you're banking if you're in the right area. You know, if you're in the right area, trades like BBGI, you're getting $1, $2 moves. You know, you could be in very small shares and still make some pretty good money. What time is that? This afternoon, 2. 2 o'clock into 2:30. So 2 Eastern is when they release the data. 2:30 is when JP always gets on the mic. So 2 is when the data is released. 2:30 JP takes the mic and the stand. No, G Delcor. That's it. Again, you could still put orders in G Delcor. I think this play could even come down to the 455 area. You know, this is what I'm not trading. It's a little too slow for me. I want BBGI. I am honing in on BBGI for the trade right here. We did halt down at 1 after and 54 seconds. So 1 after and 54 seconds, we are halted to the downside. Resumption time for BBGI is going to be 11 after and 54 seconds. I want to see if we can get a dip by 1025. 1025, $10 area for the move back up. Minimal to 1125 to around 1150. Taking most of my profit there and see if we can't move back to 12. I'd take the rest of it at 12. IRBT, this is your slow and steady move. It's the bounce play as we talked about. We moved over resistance now. Old resistance will become new support. 475, 465. I think even down to 455 could see some add-ins for the move. And yes, truly after that, as I'm going over to the scanners here and seeing if anyone else is trading anything else or looking at anything else today, and we're not getting the move. We're just not getting it. BBGI has literally taken the mob out of all other tickers that I see moving. So yeah, G Delcor Giovanni. I know T-Web, as you see there a little bit above you, said first starter hit at 468. I have traders in chat, yes, wanting to trade this. Again, a little too slow for me. I did like that short earlier. That looked great. I was hoping for another quick move up like we got. It just staircased up. And so when it staircases up, this is why we say be careful shorting those tops. And then we got that reversal back on down. And this is the bounce area now. 470-ish area is your dip buy. T-Web already up. And profitable on Trade the Pool. T-Web could actually take that profit in. He's up now about 15 cents. I'm going to give BBGI this last few 5-10 minutes here. And then I'm going to go, Avery's up and Adam with all the dogs. I'm going to go make sure she's good to go today. And also smoke a little troll. Beautiful bounce play there you go. Right now, if you did get filled down low, don't be scared to take some profits here at 495. Anywhere in the 490s. You know, you're already up 20 cents right there. T-Web, you've waited however long to get a trade in. T-Web's now got a 20-cent profitable trade. Take some profit. T-Web, right now, take some profit. Take some profit. Only reason I like it is because IRBT is slow and sad. That's funny. That's what I just put over on the Discord. IRBT bounced at 475, working out nicely for traders on the live stream for a slow and steady Eddie. Slow and steady Eddie right there. $0.23. Take it all day. There you go. There you go. T-Web. Boom. Boom shakalaka. So Giovanni still had a little shot to get in there, G. Still had a little chance to get into the 470s. Boom. Now you're already up 20 cents. Take your profit and run. You know, you're in 1,000 shares, that's $200. You're in 100 shares, that's $20. It depends on how many shares you're in, but you're getting profitable trades. And I'm always on it for bounce plays. Bounce plays is where I'm killing it. And I hope you guys know that, see that. Broseph, Sailing Girl, T-Web, J-Web, Giovanni as well. I know Paula, that last 20, 15, 20 minutes here. Bounce plays, baby. Bounce plays. Now we're talking from your entry price. 30 cents, T-Web. This is exactly why I love the bounce plays. Absolutely love them. Absolutely love them. Let's see if we get a quick pullback down to 10 here. Let's see if we get a quick pullback back down to 10. Back down to 10. And if you want to trade IRBT, if this play pops up and moves over 5 again, look for yet another dip buy off of 470. Another dip buy off of 470 if we can move over to over 5 again. Move over 5 again just like this. Watch for one more smaller bounce at 470 back on up. Yeah, you're good, Starter. Was that? Yeah, you're good. You're good, T-Web. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Didn't get down far as I was hoping it would to get more orders. You know, as we know, the bigger the pullback, the better the bounce. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. that spread's nasty on that play. Would not have gotten filled. My orders did not get filled there. I say would not have gotten filled anyway if I had orders even higher, which I didn't. I had my orders starting at 1023, and they go down just under 10, and I'm not getting filled. So 1023 is where I have my orders to get filled. This is hitting 1043. I'm gonna get a trade on BBGI today. Also, boom, shakalaka, 30-cent bounce on IRBT as we alerted. Told you guys to look for now a support play. Again, good alert for you guys in chat. Hey, is now 470 going to be the support? Old resistance, new support. Bingo, bango. Yes, it is. Beautiful. Green 2 days in a row. I cannot wait to do the one-on-ones to the whole. Yeah. I'm telling you, team, take advantage of that. The BOGO sale. You got to take advantage of the BOGO sale. Take advantage of it. There's a link out there again. I know T-Web says he's going to do it this Friday. I think also on Friday, Paxton, I forgot, Paxton Rocks. Forgot what his name is over on the Discord, but same thing for him. So again, one last time I'm going to go over this with you guys. Get the live stream. You want to come test me out for a month and say, okay, $70, sure, whatever. I'll tell you that. I'll try it out for a week or for a month. Well, then for that same month, you're going to get morning alerts and one-on-one to do with me. If you did 6 months of my live stream, I'm giving you 3 months of morning alerts and 3 free one-on-ones. If you get the yearly live stream, I'm throwing in 6 months of the morning alerts and 6 free one-on-ones. And of course, by far the best package is getting the yearly live stream and morning alerts. Why? A, you have me for a year. B, it's saving you monthly here 2 months. So that's $200 you're saving. And 3, I'm throwing in the best value deal, which is this ultimate package, the 875 pack. So you get 23 one-on-ones with me added in on top of this. So essentially a half year of one-on-ones. Once a week for half a year. Or you want the 4-pack for $200. I'm throwing in 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts. You want the 6-pack. I'm throwing in 2 months of the live stream and 2 months of the morning alerts. The 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 months of the live stream and 3 months of the morning alerts. And if you want the 23-pack, I'm throwing in 6 months. Half a year of the live stream for free and a half year of the morning alerts for free. Of course, the best deal is this, because just $125 more dollars, you get a full year, not a half year of the live stream and a half year of the morning alerts, a full year plus 23 one-on-ones. So every package tiers up a little bit more. Of course, the more you spend, the better the deal gets, essentially. But you're getting add-ons no matter where you look. And I'm still not filled. All right, I'm going to call it for a little bit. Fucking BBG. I was hoping I'd get filled here when I was talking and just shooting the shit about my fucking my live stream BOGO sell over here. This is it. Take advantage. This is where I've noticed too as well, traders, they get the morning alerts, they do pretty good. They get the live stream, they do pretty good. They get the live stream with the morning alerts, they're doing even better. They do one-on-ones, okay, they're pretty good. Get the morning alerts and the one-on-ones, doing even better. Point being, you get my point. If you have all three, you have the one-on-ones, you have the live stream, and you have the morning alerts, Bank City. Bank City. This is where I've learned and I've seen traders get it much faster, much quicker when they have all three. You have the live stream. You have the morning alerts to go with it each and every day. Also, you have one-on-ones with me. It's where traders have gotten better. Having all three of them. So if you do need any help in your stock trading journey, you see today what we called out. We're all over it. What to be trading. Even on a slower, choppier day, we know where to go, where to find, where to hone in. Had a beautiful call outs today. Now, not near as many as yesterday. Yesterday was a lot cleaner and better charts. Today we just a little choppier. Well, I say choppier, but it's Haltfest City. When you have a Haltfest City, it makes for a little bit choppier of a chart, right? But we walked this play up. We knew exactly where BBGI was going to go to. We can see the channel, and I called this out the channel mode. Talked about that about 20 minutes ago, that we're probably going to create a channel. Well, I think it was when it was halted up right here. No, it was when it was halted up right here. Somewhere in here. I forgot where it was. And now we're channeling. I wanted to bounce at 10.35, 10.25, $10. And now it's bouncing. I see the bounce area, and now it's bouncing a little bit above it. It's like this play just keeps teasing me. It's like that one Geico commercial with the old man that they're inside some kind of like clothing shopping store, and he's got the fishing pole out, and a lady sees a dollar bill, and it's on the end of the line, and the guy keeps reeling it in, and the girl keeps chasing that down. He's like, "You almost got it! You almost got it!" That's how I feel today with BBGI. Limit orders not getting filled, truly just having to market order in or use hotkeys to get in. That's the way to get in on these volatile movers. Usually, most of the time, using hotkeys or market ordering in. So right now, for the rest of the morning, I would be looking at IRBT, channeling up 505 resistance, 470 support. SPY, does it finally break out of this channel? It will. It's not going to stay in this channel till JP talks. I promise you, the SPY will hit new high of day as it is now, or it'll crack down and go lower. It'll break out of this choppy channel over the next couple of hours for sure. Other than that, for small caps or even mid caps, I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing anything at all. To have this little bit of trend line up here, if you want to put a trend line in, I'm down with that. You can put a trend line in. There's your uptrend channel. I would even say you could even venture and say you have a little bit of resistance channel too to go with it. So that's the channel that we're in, so to speak, here for BBGI. Perfect trade of the morning so far was the bounce play. Alerted this to you guys in pre-market when I was giving levels out. Put that on the morning alerts as well. 485 to 475, I said the bounce. Came right down to that area, and we went to ripping. Was looking for bounce plays after that and pullbacks. We just never got them. You know, once this went flying on up, I wanted it here. I still wanted it there until it went higher. Then I wanted it here, and it bounced higher. Then I thought it was coming down lower after the sell-off, so I went here. And then it went higher. Again, the best way to trade this would have been early on with the bounce play. We could have had limit orders there for sure to trade early on. Since then, you're using hotkeys, you're market ordering in. Oh, hey, Aussie Chick. I literally, Aussie Chick, just thought about you. Was it this morning? Was it this morning when I woke up at 5? Yes, at some random time I thought about you. And I was like, oh yeah, I wonder if she watched Ready or Not, Ready or Not. And then I was like, was that Friday that I talked about? I was like, no, that wasn't Friday. It had to have been like Monday, I think I talked about it, because it wasn't yesterday. Anyway, did you like it though? Was it a good movie? Did it keep you on the edge of your feet? You watched it till the very end, and you were like, this, you kind of kept your heart going. You didn't know what was going to happen next. Pretty cool movie. The ending of it too as well. Pretty good movie, huh? And of course, like I said, she's gorgeous. You get Adam Brody to look at the whole time, and he's kind of funny. I hope you liked it. Right, and that's a good movie. If you have not seen Ready or Not, team, go watch, go pull it up. Ready or Not. Ready or Not, awesome, fun movie. Right, here's the Ready or Not 2019. It's not very long, horror comedy, and it is. It's fun. It'll keep you entertained. Definitely a little different for sure. Absolutely fun though. Fun stuff. Fun stuff right there. Fun stuff. You're like, why do they have, what's with the guns? What's going on here? Oh, you just got to go watch the movie, Jerry. Oh, we're going for another halt up. Another halt up here for BBGI. God dang it. Hit 1043. And I had orders in. I'd canceled them now. I had orders in at 1023 and lower. I went Michael Jordan 1023. I started right there at the base, thinking we'd get maybe a little. We're basing here right around 1050. You know, now for the most part. OCG halted up, huh? OCG halted up here. Okay. OCG trying to make a little bit of a move out of nowhere. OCG halted up. OCG will have resistance on the way up right around $10. Thank you there, Paula. Good alert. I would like a bounce play on OCG, honestly, back around 825. So we'll put OCG on watch. ASBC's done. OCG, I would love a bounce play back down here around 850 to 875. 850, 875 starters. And then, oh, we're going to halt down, though. I don't want it to halt down. I want this to get back to running normal here. There we go. I would love a bounce play back down. Really, I would like it at 835, 825, 850 here. You can see the VWAP is so low. Gosh dang it. There's the dip buy for OCG. OCG, there's your dip buy. I wanted this down a little bit more. OCG starting to engulf that candle back on up to the top side. Be careful shorting OCG here. That was your one quick short. Now this may get a spike up to 1020s. 1020, a lot stronger resistance for OCG. I watched it straight after you talked about it. It was awesome. Funny moments. Oh, yeah. That's awesome that you watched it right away. Cool, 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 cool. Glad you watched it. I'm always here for definitely A, good music, and then B, good movies. I love to share the movies that I watched. You know, we watch a lot of movies. Like, here's one. Here's a couple that we watched here from recently that are just terrible. Watch this one. Avery, watch this. This is absolutely ass. If you want to watch an ass movie, go watch A Creature Was Stirring. It's one of the most weird. Explain the ending. And yeah, I don't want to give it all away, but you'll notice people in this movie too as well. You'll notice maybe this girl or this girl. That was terrible. And then this was another terrible one. Pet. This is another movie. That's funny, them doing it on the shoot. Most horrifying movies I've seen in a while? What? It's an older movie, but that was another one that Avery brought up out of nowhere. And said, I say brought up, but she just like on the weekends, like Saturday, she'll just go through on Netflix or Amazon and just trying to find, she's pretty much watched every movie out there. Those are two terrible movies if you want to watch a terrible movie. Absolutely terrible. PLTR, great range play today. I know Jay Webb, or I forgot who exactly talked about this one earlier. PLTR, this is absolutely gorgeous right here. Gorgeous. Look at this. Fail, bounce. Fail again at it. Didn't quite come down, but now this is it over and over and over. We're just trading the range overall for the day. Just trading the range. Just trading the range. All right, I'm going to take the break here off the mic team. Merlin, or Margo, you damn Danes. Licking away. Just going back over, make sure I don't see anything else. Yeah, no, we're good. We're all over it. All over it. Cool. Rid of that. Fred trade appeal. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Good job, Fred. Good job, Freddie boy. New high of day run right here. Most likely third touch breakout. We talk about that quite a bit. Don't short it there. PLTR on that next move up, as it's most likely going to break and make new high of day. Yeah, Paula for sure. Oh, we've been getting a lot of those recently, Paula. So many plays that have just continued on up. Multiple days looking at these tickers over and 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 over. Definitely will be looking at that ticker tomorrow. Halt up time for BBGI is 21 after and 38 seconds. 21 after and 38 seconds. Resumption time is going to be 31:28. 31:28 for BBGI. I still like the dip buy for OCG. Back down around 875 to 850. Could even add in around the 825 mark. This area is going to see a bounce and dip buy most likely. And again, maybe it just holds up. Volume leaves the play like it did earlier, and then it just chills and stays around 10. Just keep that on watch for later in the day. I'm going to see where BBGI goes live here out of this halt. And then I'm going to take a break off the mic. These gap ups are crazy. Maybe that what my trade ends up being for the day. Margo, stop, lay down. Margo, stop and lay down. You're the one that came back here. What are you looking for BG? Still a dip? No, what I'm thinking about doing is we have another big gap up here, like around 1350. So we have another dollar gap up. I want to see if this play can hold. Because what I would love to do, my trade I'd really love to take on BBGI would be this. Where we continue the huge gap ups from the halt ups. What I would love to see is one gap up to this $13, $14 area, quick reversal back down, like exactly what I wanted earlier, back down to the 13, low 13s, and then we race up for another halt up. We halt up at over high of day at say 14.20. After we just got a dollar gap up, I would take that long, knowing that we're probably going to get another good sized gap up. Like here earlier, the high here was 9.52. The open here was 10.40. 90, 90-cent gap up. So this is and again, the second play, the high here is 11.44. The open here is 12.13. That's 75 cents. And then we went to another halt up. That's what I'm looking for is this. Get in on the second halt up and move to new high of day. Then get a gap up that also then runs to another new high. This is the trade I'm looking to take right here. But I want, since we've reset and we haven't halted in a while, I need this though to gap up minimum like you're talking about at 1350. Race, kind of maybe see a quick pull, then race the new high of day and halt up again. And I would get in right before it halted up. And that's, again, I'm going to give it to this last halt right here. And then I'm just going to finally take a break and move away from it. I say move away from it. Just get to the office and take a break for a minute. Should come live at 21.38. 31.38. 31.38. Cool. 31.38. That's the same name as my street I live on. 31.38. All right, here we go. 31.38 coming up in less than 10 seconds here. Let's see what we get. Beautiful bounce play. Back at 575 this morning. Again, talking about that. Beautiful move there. Whoa! Huge move here for BBGI. Massive gap up. Immediately go into another halt up. Nope, not. Let's see if this can go into another halt up. If this can go into a halt up right here, I'll take it. See, now we're not going to a halt up. It did exactly like I wanted it to do so far, but it's not giving that push back into new highs. If this thing can push into new highs, this will 100% fly and move to another one. And now we're halting down. Yeah, I'm gonna leave alone both you, Paula. Yep, just two halt. Like what I was just saying on the Discord. Stop halting down though, you fucking asshole. I wanted this team did exactly like I wanted it to do. Huge gap up, quick pullback, then flies up to 1540. If that would have halted up and like the normal what I would have wanted, buy, and it halts up, we would have seen a gap up to 1650, 17, somewhere in there, and we're killing it. Instead, sell. I never. This is why I don't think it's gonna have the TGL. Just too many halts. The TGL kept doing it to the top side. ASPC or whatever it was, not ASPC. ASPC was today. The A whatever the A play with the JFK whatever in it. The AFJK. So we saw this yesterday, and we saw it last Friday with TGL. Okay, check your daily, BBG. Check your daily. 15 to 15 is a very strong resistance. I wouldn't short the top here, but it could be. Come on. Yeah, there we go. There's that fifth. Well, really starts coming into me around 1445, 1450 area, but then, yeah, then into 15. I think it's just going to be just like AFJK yesterday, though. If you look at AFJK and what it did yesterday, it did very similar things AFJK did on the way up yesterday. It would halt up, halt down, halt up, halt down, halt up, halt down. You know, boop, 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 and but it kept going up. Reminds me a lot of AFJK yesterday. A lot of AFJK, even TGL as well. Didn't quite get that forward, but I know we talked about it earlier. This area is going to try to hold up for a while. Going to try to hold up for a while right there. Trying to hold up there for a while. Back to yesterday real quick. I'll put some levels out for you guys. Go to the 3 so I can see this a little bit better. 10, we'll call it 1040 resistance, and over that watch we move to 1140. So we go with OCG 1040 resistance, then 1140. Over that room to 12. BBGI 15 area resistance. We'll hold up for a bit. Support major. 10 to 1050. IRBT, the slow one. 470 support area, 5 resistance. Boom. All right. All right, any last questions you guys have? Any last questions? Any last questions? We're all over FUJ. Yeah, right, bro. So it's like, oh. Well, now we're finally about to be able to get into the trade right there. It's still just that. You're having a market order in. Limit orders aren't really getting filled for the most part. You're gonna your limit ordering, your market order in are using hotkeys. Market order in are using hotkeys. Bounce play for OCG is now for sure 875 to 850. There's just no way it's coming back down to 820, 835 anymore. So that would be your dip by 2. Let's put that out there. OCG, watch for dip around 875. Cool. All right. Taking the break. I'll see you guys back here in a bit. Let me throw some jams on for you guys. I'm going to take a small, probably 10-15 minute break out of the office. 10-15 minute break out of the office here, and I'll be back after that. Jump back on the mic if there's something to alert. If anything, if there's nothing that's new that I haven't already just put out there for you guys, and I'm just going to type it out. But if there's something to get on and talk about, I'll definitely get on and talk. If there is new movement, or hey, I'm in a trade, or hey, look for this, then I'll jump on the mic. 10, 15, 20 minutes from now, I'll be back here in just a few. code. Just making sure we're good to go. Good to go. Good to go. Halt time for BBGI is 32:24. 32:24. We'll come live at 42:24. 42:24. BBGI will be live. Back in just a few, team. team, just want to jump back on the mic. I'm in long for the move to 20. BBGI, I am in long right now for the move to 20. Just want to let everybody know I'm in long right now for the move to 20. 20 is my target for BBGI. 20 is the target for BBGI. Just want to let everybody know. I've said it, that's what I was thinking too. If anything, I may hold small shares here for the move, for a bigger move, like an AFJK move. But I will sell majority, 75% of my shares as soon as we get anything close to 20. Anything close to 20, I'm selling 75% of my shares. 3/4, I'll be out. Oh, and the move for IRBT. IRBT, money bounce. I told you guys you'd see another bounce play there. Beautiful. Bro, so just right there where it halted up at. Like right when it halted up, I just got in right when it halted up. So average entry price for me is $17.90. It's actually $17.97. I don't know how that happened. No, it is. Yeah, $17.97. I don't know. I wouldn't look at it. I think it's $17.96. No, it's $17.90. I don't know why. I don't say $17.97. Whatever, trade the pool. They got me in at $17.97. So $17.97 is my entry price. Again, looking for that gap up to $20. What's the gap up say now, Broseph? Keep updating me. Yeah, I just mark it in. Yeah. Do you mark it? Yep. That's what I was saying earlier, Broseph. I don't know if you caught that. No, you're still saying, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It's hard. I mean, my limit orders weren't filled today. You can't really do limit orders. You have to either use hotkeys, or you have to market order in. And I just usually just market order in. Just market order in. I mean, after I saw that gap up right here again, I'm like, oh God, we just gapped up huge, $1.50. There's no way this next one's not going to be, half that, if not, like we're probably going to get 3/4 of it. And then it's probably going to be an instant touch to 20. Like an instant, and I mean instantaneous touch to 20. We halted up at 55.58, 55.58. I doubt it's a 5-minute resumption, but most of them have been 10. Most of them have been 10. But 55.58 is the halt time. So we'll go live if it's a 5-minute halt at the top of the hour in 58 seconds, so a little over a minute from now. If it's a 10-minute halt, it'll be 5 after in 58 seconds. But yep, you just gotta get in. Just gotta get in, man. Gotta get in there, you know. So what I'll do as soon as this opens up, wait for that possible pop to 20, and hopefully I can stay in this trade for long enough for it to count. I about pulled the trigger ahead of time, to be honest, when this rebroke and turned into a green candle, this 1-minute candle right here, and I should have, although it still wouldn't have given me too much more time. I doubt it comes live here. We'll see, though, if it does. Again, 58 seconds after. 58 seconds after. And you can see what time it is, at least for me, or what it currently is here up top. All right, so we're going to a 10-minute halt. I'll be back here on the mic as this goes live. Update me with that LULD unless it's still at 19, Broseph. I'll be back in just a minute, though. here we go. LULD was now updated. You say they're Broseph to 1950. Let's see what we get here for BBGI. Thinking this place should hold up pretty nicely here out of the gate. Right there's the touch to 20. There's the touch to 20. Let's see if this doesn't kind of race up for more there. So there's the move. There's kind of ripping around, going around all over the place there. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, now I know I've been in this play for long enough, so I took it all. So there we go. There we go on the trade. I don't know what I even made on it. I'm out of that trade, though. I'm out of that trade. Once I went to the 30-second mark, I got out of it. All right, so it's $1,500 there. I made $1,500 bucks. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Hey, I told you I'd get a trade on it today. I was like, I'm gonna trade this son bitch. I'm gonna trade this son bitch. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Finally, got some good movement there. My best exit was 1993 was my best exit there. All in the 19s for the exit, which is good. I wish I would have went bigger shares there, to be honest. So I'm done trading this today. I'll put my entry order box over there for you guys so you can see it. Boom, finally. That was nice. That was nice. Boom, shaka, laka, finally. Finally got a piece of the pie there. Finally got a little piece of the pie. That feels a lot better. Gee, golly. It's killing me. It's killing me. Now the halt strategy is definitely still working out here a little bit again. Thank you, Broseph. Yeah, I was reading the patterns there. And the only thing, I'll go back over this later, but the pattern was just getting in these halts. I was really seeing what we were doing here on this ramp up, and this to me was kind of like that third leg up that I knew I could be one last part of. So there was one leg right here when we're getting these big gap ups, massive gap ups. I'm like, okay. And when I saw this gap up come right here, I was like, there's no way we're not going to see a third one. And it sucks because I'm getting in on the third one, and I know I'm kind of risking the biscuits, which I wish I would have got in on the second one. So if I got in here at 14.35 plus the gap up, you know, like that would have been the 5K trade. Would have been about a 5K trade because I wouldn't have probably sold that much up in here. It would have been at least a 3K trade, we'll call it that. But I knew we were going to get one more. The thing was, could I be in the trade for 30 seconds before it worked and counted? And sure enough, boom. So now up 5K, literally 5K since last Friday. We're up 5K alone. So that's good for me. It's not crazy, but it's doing good. It's doing good. You know, 5K, much better than what we were doing for fuck sure. Finally getting $1,000 days over and over and over. Oh, y'all hush. Merlin, what is that bark for? What is that bark for? All right, I'm out. That was fun. I love these tickers. I love these tickers. They are too much fun. Like I said on the Discord, I'm taking a break. Been a long morning staring at CR Traders profits. I had to get some. Oh man, Broseph, T-Web. All right. I'm out. Taking the break. About to halt down there. Got the last piece of that pie to 20. Love it. And I called it for the magnet to 20. And there you go. That magical 20, baby. Be back in a bit. what's up, fam? How we doing? Back on the mic here, live with you guys for a little bit of afternoon commentary. Spike rate cuts 25 points. It goes flying up. JP takes the mic. It comes flying back on. I say it's pretty much all over the place right now. I would have said after I saw a little bit of that double spike that, okay, watch for SPY to set all-time highs, by probably end of the week now. We kind of move out of this funky channel. We're right back to where we came from. We're right back, though, kind of where we came from. I mean, we're right back at high of day, essentially. A former high of day, right around 484. So we'll see here. We still get some validity, volume, and movement over the next 15, 20, 30 minutes. It's really crazy high, and then it slowly kind of dies back off into the closing bell. But FOMC days, this is what you get. Choppier, range bound, not really a lot of good movement for the day, and then it just gets crazy choppy. Now, again, I would have said with the rate cut, we would see new all-time high by the end of the week, but here we are, again, back down, like I said, to former high of day area, 684. So crazy to trade. OCG, talk about crazy trades. Nice slow in matriculation, got the bull flag break, went on a crazy spike to 19, and then just, I very rarely see this where definitely some kind of manipulation. I thought they put out an offering once I saw the halt down right there. Like, there's no way. Yeah, exactly, dude. Today has been like an all-day trade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Kevin Avery was talking about getting something together for the money show tomorrow. Gonna come up with a topic. I sent him a reminder because, like, yo, we need to come up with something. Anyway, crazy move all the way back down. I mean, we're talking literally within 30 minutes, so I guess it ended up being over because all the halts, 40 minutes. But, I mean, you're talking about otherwise, it's still, without the halts, it was not very many candles to go from 19 all the way back down to 7s. $12 reversal there. Absolutely crazy move. And, of course, talk about crazy moves, BBGI. I would say probably one of the more heavier traded plays, obviously, we've had here recently, volume-wise. A lot of volume, lots of volume here. What are we in at volume-wise for the day? 38. That's it? 38 million? I really thought it would be close to 100 million. I guess just all the halts ain't happening. Definitely a halting machine. I was going to see if either one of these uptrend channels that were in play earlier would come into play. I just like leaving lines in to see if we ever touch them. We're really just moving all over the place. Pretty violent, volatile mover. Spread's pretty big. I feel like this play has a good, really good high chance. How many times I'm going to say that in a row? To hit 50. The main area for this to hold, my opinion, is going to be somewhere right around the 1620 mark. If it holds 1620, this still could squeeze and hit 50, whether it's an after hours or pre-market with this crazy, all of us, out of nowhere move. Now, one thing we were going to look earlier for with OCG would be like a mid-candle breakout setup. Multi-day runner, kind of running up today. Next thing you know, it goes parabolic. The only thing I could see with OCG would be somehow duplicating, then triplicating, I guess, in a way, doing it 3 days in a row. First day, then there's a second day, and somehow we have a third day that goes to 30 or 35 tomorrow. But it's got to hold the $7 area. If it starts cracking back below, see, yesterday we weren't red. We stayed green and high green. It's a little different move today, but you can see what I'm talking about. But if we start cracking back down for more, OCG starts going into the sub 7 area, into the 6s, this play is definitely most likely a done one. Our slow and steady Eddie's IRBT. Talked about this on the live stream earlier for the 470 area bounce, and it said you'd see it again. Fucking held it all day long. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, 4. Or you could just call this all 1 bounce and these 1 and 2. Beautiful move overall today for IRBT. Here goes another halt down for BBGI. Now again, I'll put the line of kind of support resistance, in my opinion, that needs to hold up. I got the trade earlier. We'll go over that real quickly too as well on BBGI, why it's halted down. So earlier on BBGI, I saw the pattern. Now, again, if you remember the one trade I finally got on BBGI, we were getting the big gap up. So we got 3 in a row. Went over this earlier a little bit. You can rewind the stream, but we had a huge gap up. Essentially around in $1.50 or so, $1.30. Then we ramped back up and gapped up and huge, gap up again. We'll call it another $1.50 gap up. So I knew if we eclipsed high of day and ran into another halt up, which we did here, to jump in for the long, because we'd get one more gap up. My only worry was would I have 30 seconds to hold it for a trade, and I did in the end, which was awesome. You know, hit new high of day, was great. Got out in this candle, held it in this candle, got out in this candle, but it's just reading the pattern. Then we got a lot of good dips. You know, there were good dips back down here at 1960 like we had here earlier at 1030, so we kind of built the same chart here as we did here, but then we finally cracked it. And then the good bounce play, which we didn't quite hit, was back at this 1050 area, although, you know, 10 to 1050, whatever you want to call it, 1020s, 1050s, it hit 11 essentially. But then we built another area for bounce plays at 14. Then the breakout, right, of 16, 25, 30 again was key. I really, you know, it's a lot of halts, but there's a lot of trades to be had here today over on BBGI. It's definitely, for a lot of people, untradeable. I doubt, and I would guarantee you that you take the pie percentage graph of people that traded DBGI today, they lost on majority of their trades or they're red. Who knows how many accounts were possibly blown today. I don't know how many times it's halted now. A latte. So definitely for most people, it should be. They're staying away from it. It's untradeable. It's too many halts. The spread's crazy. I read the pattern earlier, and I just waited for the setup for me to finally attack. I kept missing bounce plays on the way up, and I knew I could trade the breakouts. I'm really good at trading breakouts, and so once I'm running into LULD, and I'm doing that countdown, I'm like, okay, there's too much green. This is about to halt up. I'm just trusting that it is about to halt up, and got in for the move, and then I got the gap up. Got almost $2 out of the move. I think it was like 1993 was my exit. 1796, 1797 was the entry. I literally got in right as it was halting up. All my exits were in the 19s. It was really ended up being a good, quick, snipey trade, which you have to be with BBGI. You got to be quick. You got to be snipey. There are some trades you can maybe end up getting, and you end up having a great elongated run out of it. If you find a good bounce play, you'll usually, generally speaking. Earlier on, you could have traded the breakouts, the halt ups, and you'd have been fine on there. Did have one red little candle in there, but that was one of its more straight up moves for the day, where you can just get in and just let it ride. But fun to watch. Sit back, snipe. Now I do still feel overall SPY. Okay, here we are. Made lows back off this 83.35 level twice now, back on up into the 85 area. I don't think it's going to be great trading material over the next hour or two, in my opinion, from the SPY. What's up, bro? Would you buy BG at this point? Whew. Auto. Yeah, right. Talk with Kevin Avery's messaging me. So, yep, so here we're popping back on up. So I still will lean toward that. I was just waiting to the top of the hour here to really get the feel of where we're going. I feel SPY still. I'm still leaning toward that. New all-time highs. Not necessarily today, but definitely into tomorrow, Friday. If you do, it's 1640. You know, if you do, it's 1640 at this point. 1640 would be it. Or if you want to be super safe, I'm going at 14. I don't think we see lower than 14 overall, but you got 16, 40-ish area, and then 14 area for the dip buys. Those will be the two areas. I mean, if you haven't traded this, I don't know if now's the time to want to get in. If you're sitting on house money, then yeah, if you're sitting on house 2, I'm going to sit it out. I've thought about a couple of times leaning back in on it. I'm like, you got your one trade, just leave it alone. Got your, your 15 hundo for the day. Getting those consecutive 1K days in, which is nice here recently. Like I said, about 5K since last Friday. Taking it slow, trying to slowly trade more and go bigger here. Trusting what I'm seeing. So yeah, if you've got house money you're sitting on, I say yeah, you could definitely look for a dip buy here. It's going to have a huge spread. It's going to be violent. Going to be some halts left in this for sure. 64 is what I had in mind. I set out all day on this. Probably better off keeping it at the way. Yeah. I mean, and if you do, just go small. Just go like, I'm going to go in 10 shares. See if I'm right. Let's just see if I'm right. Let me just get some piece of this pie today. That's what I would do. Maybe 100 shares at most. But 10 to 100 shares. Somewhere in there would what you would want to be doing. right. Any questions you guys have? Any questions you guys have? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Good move today again from BBGI. I don't say DBGI. We've seen DBGI in the past. It's another ticker we've looked at that's been crazy spiking. I'm going to give it to the top of the hour, and then I got to get, I've got a one-on-one. I didn't think about today being FOMC. Of course, I have no idea when the hell BBGI is going to do what it's going to do. But I would say SPY looking for sure to go to all-time highs. It could happen today. It could. I'm not saying it's out of the realm. I just figured it would be till maybe tomorrow. IBIO, MIGI, IRBT, other plays to look at. Okay. Hello, my. Here goes SPY ripping right now. SPY is ripping right now. Sweet. All right, I'm all caught up on my end. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Any questions you guys have, anything at all, let me know. I'm going to go live here till the top of the hour. Here we go. BBGI halted up again. Bounce play coming really right here at this old resistance support area. Got to give it a little room. Just might as well call it around $20 though. Old resistance, failing at it right there with the halt up. Not that it's great because we, gap down from a huge, or I should say halt down from a big gap up. So 20 is the bounce play right now. Kind of this little higher low pattern built in. Not that there's much of, a beautiful trend line of any sort, but you can see the little higher low pattern. It's building right off of this uptrend channel right through there. Kind of bounced off that trend line too. IRBT, I don't think it's going to go too crazy for the rest of the day, but this does seem like it's on lock, possibly in after hours. If not into tomorrow in pre-market, that $6 area. So watch for IRBT to get to 6 in the move to tomorrow. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh, here goes SPY rocking. At J Live right now. I'm seeing if anyone else was live right now going over this stuff. Got a lot of people talking about the rate cuts, the rate cuts, the rate cuts. What time did OS? Man, 52 after. Okay, so we're just into a 5-minute halt. BBGI, I'm telling you right now, this play is just, geez, golly. Talking about halt city limits. Halt up, halt down, halt up, halt down. Got to be 20, minimum 20 halts on this play today, I would imagine, which I've seen 50. 50 is like the all-time, the highest number I've ever seen is 50. I'll be curious to see what it does when market closes in after hours. Yes, 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 yeah. Well, and here's, like I said, I just put over the Discord, which I'll put over here for you guys too as well, like the people that are lingering around possibly, and when I get done off the mic here at the top of the hour. BBGI definitely can continue to pop. I mean, if it holds 20, this play could see 50. If it holds 1640, it's still going to see some popping in after hours for sure. 100%. Alright. Any last questions you guys have? Anything at all? Anything, bro? So if anyone else that was still lingering around, again, I'm here for you. I have one-on-one. I'm not going really anywhere. I'll try to alert when I can. Of course, I'm going to be talking and going over stuff, so it's hard for me to non-stop look at charts. SPY, I'm telling you, going to all-time highs. SPY going for all-time highs here. SPY going to all-time highs. BBGI, you got the levels out there, for the move up here potentially after hours, pre-market, whatever. Or pre-market, after hour, I should say power hour into after hours. We still have an hour left. This play has a lot of chance, a lot of movement still left in BBGI. Again, would not be surprised to see a SPY at all-time highs. Now at this point, possibly even today into after hours. We got power hour still to go to there. And BBGI to 50. Alright, I'll be back here right after the closing bell, see where we're at, and kind of jump back on the mic. I have a feeling we're gonna be here for a while today. As far as we're gonna have movement for a while today. Back in a bit.
here.